Good morning. Welcome to the Thursday, June 27th Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. We do begin each of our meetings with an invocation, and today Commissioner Geithner will lead us in the invocation. Please feel free to join us if you would like.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here today to allow participation of our community and to deal with issues at hand. Lord, we ask you for your discernment and wisdom as we make these decisions and fairness. Lord, we also ask for you to bless our community, to particularly watch out for our law enforcement, all of our first responders, as well as our military. Lord, we ask for peace and we ask for prosperity for our community. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Geithner. Commissioner Williams, will you please lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items, and I'm unaware of any staff emergency items today.
Item 4.
Item number 4 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements to today's agenda, and the next meeting will be Tuesday, July 2nd at 9:00 a.m.
And before we move on to the further items, I need a motion to excuse Commissioner Gonzalez, please.
So moved.
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Commissioner Gonzalez is excused from this meeting. Item number 5.
Item number 5 is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda. This is the public's opportunity to speak on an item that is not scheduled on today's agenda. And Madam Chair, I'm unaware of anyone signing in to speak under public comment today.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda? Hearing none in the audience and none online. Thank you, Nancy. Item number 6.
Item number 6 is the land use consent calendar consisting of item 6A.
Is there anyone here to speak on item 6A, the consent calendar? Hearing none in the room and none online. Thank you. Comments, questions, and a motion from commissioners.
I would move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. Any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-0 with Commissioner Gonzalez excused. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is the called up consent calendar, and there are no items called up.
Item number 8.
Item number 8 is an annexation impact report, Colorado Center Edition number 3 annexation. Acknowledgement of an annexation impact report for the Colorado Center Edition number 3 annexation. Pursuant to state statute, the Board of County Commissioners does not approve or deny an annexation impact report, nor does the Board of County Commissioners support or oppose annexation requests. The report provided by the City of Colorado Springs notifies the county of the annexation requests and describes potential impacts in very general terms. The property consists of 32.94 acres and is zoned I2 light industrial and CC commercial community with an airport overlay and is located at the intersection of the Foreign Trade Zone Boulevard and Bradley Road. The annexation request is scheduled to be heard before the City of Colorado Springs City Council on July 9th, 2024. Parcel numbers 55091, 01, 001, and 002, Commissioner District Number 4, File ANX 2319, Ashland Matthey, Planner 2, Planning and Community Development.
Thank you. And before we move on, I believe part of it was read as the item, but just some clarification from our county attorney about our role in this particular issue with an annexation impact report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the clerk had read into the record, these matters come before the board as a report from the annexing municipality. The board does not take action one way or the other on annexation impact reports.
Thank you.
Morning.
The project before you today is Annex 2319 Colorado Center Edition Number 3 Annexation. My name is Ashlyn Matthew. I was the planner on this project, and Charlene Durham was the engineer, and we do have Daniel Torres filling in for her today. For public input, if you wish to comment or participate and are watching remotely, please leave a name and a reliable phone number with pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. So the request is going to be from the City of Colorado Springs, and this is going to be before you today. As the attorney stated, the commissioners do not approve or deny this annexation. It is a report to inform you of what the city is doing with the annexation. The property consists of 32.94 acres. It is zoned I2 and CC, which is commercial community, and there is an airport overlay on the property. The properties are located at the Foreign Trade Zone Boulevard and Bradley Road, and this annexation request is going to be heard with the City of Colorado Springs City Council on July 9th. And then these are the annexation impact report requirements from the Land Development Code. Next, these are more of the impact requirements, and this is what the board will be looking for when they are evaluating the impact report. On this image, highlighted in black are going to be the two parcels. So this is the CC, this is the I2, and this is the 32.94 property that the city is looking to annex. I will bring up Daniel.
Morning, Commissioners. Daniel Torres with Engineering. In terms of drainage and transportation, the site is located within Jimmy Camp Creek Drainage Basin. In terms of the transportation, Foreign Trade Zone Boulevard right-of-way will be annexed into the city. Just south of that portion is already in the city, and as well as the north. Any questions in regards to drainage and transportation?
Any questions regarding drainage and transportation? Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I just want to make sure I understand the map and what's up on the screen here. So that pinkish area, that is what is proposed to be annexed in with this?
Correct. In terms of the right-of-way, that will be annexed just to the south, is already in the city of Colorado Springs, and also to the north. So this will complete that right away.
Thank you. That's what I just wanted to make sure was clear, was that both north and south, it's already annexed into the city.
Correct.
So this would produce a better continuity of that road.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
That is the presentation for the annexation, Annex 2319. Were there any questions for planning staff today?
Are there any further questions for planning staff? Okay, thank you. And again, there's no action required on this, but this is our opportunity to make any statements or points before it is heard on the requesting municipalities. So any direction we would like to provide to staff on this particular impact report? Hearing none. Okay, thank you. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is the special use Monument Glamping 1 special use modification, a request by Chris Jube for approval of a special use on 6.44 acres to allow a recreational camp for 12 sites in the RR5 Residential Rural Zoning District. The property is located at 16315 Rickenbacker Avenue, approximately 1/4 of a mile south from the intersection of Rickenbacker Avenue and Doolittle Road. This item was heard as a regular item at the June 6, 2024 Planning Commission hearing. Discussion included project history with code enforcement and the continued violations from the applicant, current use versus what is being proposed, compatibility issues, and a lack of information from the applicant on types of structures and the hard-sided structures at the project address. The vote was 7-2 for a recommendation of denial to the Board of County Commissioners. The Planning Commission members identified how this proposed project is not compatible with the zoning district, not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, not compatible with the master plan place type or area of change, and the proposed changes to the recreational camp are significant changes that create a vastly different project, not a modification. Parcel number 71270010011, Commissioner District 3, file AL 2321, Ashlyn Matthey, Planner 2, Planning and Community Development. And Madam Chair, for the record, the board has been provided a packet of citizen comments that have been received after agenda publication that will be marked as an exhibit.
Yes, thank you. And before we move on, can I just ensure that all the commissioners do have that extra packet in front of them and as well as the criteria? Correct? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ashlyn Matthey. The file number for the project is AL2321, Monument Glamping 1, Special Use Modification. My name is Ashlyn. I was the planner on this project, and Ed Schoenheit was the engineer for this project. If you wish to comment or participate and are watching remotely, please provide a name and reliable phone number to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. Right here is going to be the criteria of approval. And then for hearing procedure for today, we will have a staff presentation, an applicant presentation, citizens in favor, 3 minutes per person, citizens against, again, 3 minutes per person, applicant rebuttal, questions for staff, and then the board decision and comments. The request before you today is going to be from Chris Jube on a site of 6.44 acres in the RR5 zoning district. The request is for a recreational camp with the addition of adding 4 more sites to make 12 sites and to have the potential for those sites to be hard-sided structures. This is a vicinity map of the site. So the parcel outlined in black is the subject parcel. And then what we have surrounding it for zoning, we do have PUD, RR5, and then the green is A5 zoning. The exhibit here is going to be the site plan that has been provided by the applicant. The sites that you see in red are going to be all the 12 sites proposed. The orange is one of the parking lots, and then this black box is going to be the house. I just wanted to highlight those because it can be a little overwhelming at first, so I just wanted to make sure we understand where each site is being proposed for this project. So the background associated with this project, a complaint was received in November of 2021. The complaint was about having multiple outdoor structures, sheds, tents, decks. Staff, upon inspection, did notice that there were multiple structures. So a notice of violation was sent in December of 2021, which included having a recreational camp on site without any approvals from the county, being the special use and site development plan. And then moving forward, so in March of 2022, the applicant did apply for the special use, and that was approved administratively with the county. That was under AL 223. Due to the withdrawal of opposition at the time, we did make a decision to do an administrative approval for the 8 sites of tents and then the shared bathrooms being 4 shared bathrooms. Another complaint was received in April of 2023 for having a recreational vehicle at the property, and then another complaint was received in June of 2023, which was for a shipping container that was at the site as well. Again, so in March of 2022, the special use was filed for, and this image is showing you of what was originally approved. So with AL 223, we have the 8 tent sites. We have 4 shared bathrooms. And so again, those are the 8 sites are going to be these red boxes. And then in August of 2023, we did go through the site development plan process with the applicant, and that site development plan was approved in August. And then later in last year of August, we did get the applicant to submit for another special use due to wanting to increase the number of sites and wanting to be able to add hard-sided structures such as recreational vehicles and yurts to these sites. So I just want to note that the request before you today is specific to adding 4 more sites and then being able to take all 12 sites, or less than that and being able to have the ability to create or to input hard-sided structures specific to shipping containers and recreational vehicles. Master plan analysis. So this area for our place type is going to be large lot residential. The original approval for the 8 tent sites and 4 shared bathrooms under AL223 was found to be consistent at the time with the large lot residential place type. The current proposal, which is increasing the intensity of the use and density by adding more sites and wanting those to be hard-sided structures, we noticed in our analysis that this is going to be an intensity beyond what we would normally see within this place type. Additionally to that, it's not normally something we would expect to see in a rural character of the area, and it may not be compatible with the rural character to this area and this neighborhood. Your area of change is going to be minimal change developed. The property is located in an area that we won't expect to see a significant change in character due to there already being a development surrounding it, being the neighborhood. So we have already a pretty developed area. So this level of change being proposed with the special use before you today is not necessarily consistent with the level of change identified within the minimal change developed area of change. And this is going to be, again, due to increasing the use and, again, allowing or the proposal being for the hard-sided structures. And then the key area is the Tri-Lakes. Key area. So this has an emphasis with suburban development, which you will see in this area of the subject property. Offering a recreational camp can provide a commercial service and potentially bring in tourism. Drainage and erosion, I will bring up Ed.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ed Schoenheit, Department of Public Works Development Review. Just to go through drainage and erosion, transportation. As you can see, the eastern side of the property has a regulatory floodway that is zoned AE. That is the Monument Creek. So that does have the restrictions as to no building, permanent structures, or storage materials in that area. The rest of the property to the west is zoned X, so minimal flood hazard on the western side of the property. Within 2 drainage basins, Monument Rock and Teachout Creek, no drainage basin fees or bridge fees are due with this application. And at this time, there's no drainage report that's required with this application. The developer has stated, based on the potential amount of disturbance, that there will be no adverse impacts to the adjoining properties for stormwater runoff. Barring your questions on drainage and erosion.
Yes, and this could be when the applicant comes up as well. Is there a sewage container for the RVs to dump their sewage on the property?
I'll let the applicant answer that one because that might be outside of what I'm tracking as far as the type of vehicles and use. More the temporary yurts and tents and things like that, as opposed to RVs with a dump station on the property itself. And I'm not tracking that.
Thank you.
From commissioners. Commissioner Geithner.
Actually, I'm going to refrain until we're finished with this section to ask my question.
Okay, thank you.
On transportation, properties located along Rickenbacker Road, which is a county maintained rural gravel road. Based on the current application with the temporary type structures, a traffic study was not required in accordance with the engineering criteria manual section B12D. Just make a note that Typical single-family home generates about 9.6 trips. This development, based on the analysis generated, was 32 daily trips. But if there are changes to the type of structure where the structures could be potentially year-round as opposed to maybe tents, then that would change a little bit. And so that would have to be explained potentially and reviewed further in the site development plan if there was a change in that. The development is subject to the county road impact fee program, and at this time, no public improvements are required for the local roads.
Commissioner Geithner.
I just want to make sure that I heard what you said correctly. So currently, 32 daily trips, but the change to non-seasonal structures would increase the daily trips?
If those structures are basically going to permit year-round use, then that would potentially drive up the ADT a little bit more because now they're used year-round. Whereas if it was just a rudimentary tent that wasn't used year-round, then there would be fewer trips in that regard.
I understand, but daily trips. So is the way we're calculating daily trips taking all the trips and dividing them amongst days that they are not potentially being used today? Or because if it's in use one day in the summer versus using one day in the winter, that's what I'm trying to understand is why it increases the daily, or does it, or is it the calculation that we're using?
It's mainly just the use type. The analysis for year-round was potentially included in that original analysis. So that, as it stands right now, that should be year-round, but I can't state specifically if all the tents are going to be used year-round.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, barring any questions, I'll go turn it back over to
Any
Ashley.
further questions on transportation or drainage? Okay, thank you.
The next few slides will be going over the project-specific conditions tied to this site. So the first image here on the left is what is in orange is going to be 30% more of slope found at the site. So this property does have a slope that slopes down. And so I want to make note of that because some of the surrounding properties you are able to see into that property. And then here is another image that was taken showing where the slope begins on the side of the property. These images are showing, again, more slope at the property. I just want to give an idea of what we're expecting here, especially when large-sided structures are proposed. The complaint that was received from code enforcement was for an RV that was put on site without any approvals. And so that you can see here on the property, and you're able to see it from the road as well. So for more of our project-specific conditions here, the applicant hasn't identified a number of hard-sided structures for these sites. No specific content has been provided to let us know what those impacts could be, so it's hard for staff to determine when we don't have a number to work with. When we talk about the shipping containers and recreational vehicles at this glamping site, it may not be compatible with the surrounding residential rural neighborhood in this area. The applicant has not provided septic permits to match the proposed use in front of you today and has chosen to defer that to the site development plan process. So for our conditions of approval that staff created for this project, we wanted to work on mitigating some of the negative impacts that are potentially seen with this use. So we wanted to work with noise, lighting, and visual impacts. Additionally to that, a finding of sufficiency for water is not required at the special use or site development plan process.
Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions related to some of your comments around compatibility. So there have been some comments around hard-sided and recreational vehicles and density. So I'm trying to understand your interpretation of that. Is it the use of hard-sided containers that you're specifically, is it the number? If it were all soft-sided? Would that be not what you're talking about? There's just two factors that I'm trying to understand and separate. What is actually, you've given an opinion, so what exactly is it that you are saying is not compatible? Is it the hard side, or is it the number, or are you saying both aren't?
So as staff has identified, we don't take a stance on these projects. So what I'm trying to disclose is that by increasing the number of sites at this property, and with that, so there's an increase of number to the sites that we see may not be compatible with this area. And then additionally to that, the applicant wants to be able to make most of those hard-sided structures, which are RVs and shipping containers. And that may not be compatible with the rural character of the area, with the large lot residential place type and the minimal change developed area of change that has been provided by the master plan. So it is the number and it's the type of structures now being proposed that could be seen as a dramatic change to just 8 tenths, which was the original approval.
So if it were 12 tenths, would you make that same statement? Versus the hard side, that's what I'm trying to get to.
If it were 12 tenths, I would think it wouldn't have as much of an impact to the area versus having potentially 12 shipping containers and RVs.
Okay, thank you.
I have one further question too. A bit further back in your presentation, you referenced a code enforcement violation or a complaint that was called in for that recreational vehicle we saw in the photo. In this zoning as it is without a special use, is a recreational vehicle for personal use allowed to be parked on someone's property?
A recreational vehicle, so in our code, recreational vehicle and boat storage is not allowed in this zoning district. If someone were to park one recreational vehicle on site, I believe that it would present an issue due to this already being a code enforcement violation. Having one already on property has created a code enforcement violation due to RVs and storage of them not allowed on the property.
Commissioner Geithner.
I just want to clarify with our attorney for the record. I don't believe we can prejudice the decision of this criteria based on previous code violations. So I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I tend to agree. I think the board should stick to the criteria for its decision today.
Thank you.
And Commissioners Mindy Scholes, just to clarify, if I understand the question, if it was just the property owner's personal recreational vehicle, that would not be a violation, would have no bearing on this project.
Thank you. I think that's what I was driving at, personal use versus anything that triggers and requires a special use permit.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm going to discuss the Planning Commission hearing, which was heard on June 6th. This was heard as a regular item in front of the commissioners. It was recommended for denial with a 7-2 vote. We did have neighbors who attended to speak at the hearing. We had approximately 25 neighbors. Some of the concerns voiced by the neighbors at the hearing were safety concerns, this use turning potentially into a recreational vehicle park. There were concerns about noise and visual impacts, that this is not compatible with the neighborhood or zoning district. 9 shipping containers or RVs is a significant change from just 8 tents or yurts, which could potentially increase some of those compatibility issues. And then the continued code enforcement violations from the applicant. So the worry from neighbors was, even if he does get approvals, is he still going to adhere to them? The Planning Commission discussion talked about the history of the project relating to the original approval being the special use AL 223. And then we had more discussion between the differences of AL 223 versus the proposal today. There was a lack of information provided by the applicant. There were questions about hard-sided structures and the types of them specifically, concerns about compliance, concerns about the potential, again, creep of the RV park, and then concerns about intensity. for the business use. And then the recommendations for the special use, again, were compatibility issues with the zoning district, master plan, and neighborhood. And that this proposal is not a modification, it is a completely different project. And if this were approved, a commissioner did note that there should be an approval that limits the number of hard-sided structures to keep, and they would like to see or recommended that 12 tenths be a condition of approval. Before you is going to be the recommended conditions approval that staff has created for this project. I would just like to note that the applicant and consultant have informed staff that they have some additional conditions of approval they want to discuss today, but they haven't necessarily gone into depth with those with staff before this hearing. So these are the 8 conditions of approval we have created for this project. Are there any questions about these conditions of approval?
Any questions from commissioners? No further questions on that.
The applicant is Chris Jube with Monument Ridge, and the representative for Chris is going to be Vertex Consulting Services. And that is what I have for our presentation today. Do the commissioners have questions for staff at this time?
Are there any further questions? Thank you. And at this point, we will move on to the applicant or the applicant's representative. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair. Craig Dawsey with Vertex Consulting Services representing Chris Jube. Again, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing this item. So as Ashlyn stated, the request before you today is to expand an existing approved recreation camp from 8 sites to 12 sites. We consider this minor expansion. Obviously, a lot of the people behind me probably don't consider it to be minor. But even your own staff referred to this as an amendment to the previously approved special use. So that it should address the Planning Commission's concern about this being a new application. Even your own staff referred to this as an amendment. I don't think my clicker's working here. We use the mouse. So I'm sure this is in your staff report, but I think it's important to understand the definition of recreation camp. I've highlighted some pretty important terms in this definition. I'm going to read it in for the record. Recreation camp is a place used as a destination point for visitors for vacationing or other recreational purposes, which may include permanent structures and temporary structures. So that's not one or the other. It could include both. The temporary structures can include things like tents or yurts, some of which Mr. Jube has on his property. And goes on to say that it should be for the use of guests, which facilities may, contain cooking facilities and other and are used for temporary occupancy, not to exceed 30 consecutive days or a total of 90 days in one calendar year. The term also goes on to be defined to say that it shall not be interpreted to include hotels, motels, restaurants, and theaters. I think primarily because those are pretty big traffic generators. But it does include land uses commonly considered as campgrounds, dude ranches, resorts, or retreats. That's pretty broad. If you've been to a campground lately, it seems to include just about anything. If you go to a KOA, it's going to include RVs, it's going to include tiny homes, it's going to include tents. that's what you should be thinking of when you think about a recreation camp. It's pretty broad. I think it was written intentionally to be broad so that it didn't preclude things from evolving and folks that have these types of facilities coming into a recreation camp. I will also note that your staff has determined that the existing / proposed use meets this definition. That's how they choose to categorize this use. So Ashland highlighted the prior approval that occurred in July of 2022. This was specifically for a recreation camp. The site plan for that identified 8 tent sites. There was some confusion at the Planning Commission about the notice that went out to the neighbors, insinuating that it was sort of misleading, that it was noticed as 8 tent sites, and then Mr. Jube changed it to include hard-sided structures. Unequivocally, the site plan showed tent sites, so it should have been maintained as tent sites, but the notice that went out didn't mention the word tent at all. It just said recreation camp. So with that understanding, the notice that went to the neighbors included everything that I just read in terms of the definition by reference to a recreation camp. Subsequent to the special use, a site development plan was approved in August of 2023. Again, it showed 8 tent sites, and Mr. Jube paid their commensurate road impact fee. So since that time, there's been a lot of neighborhood outreach all the way up until yesterday. May 1st of 2023, Mr. Jube hosted an open house. It was not that well attended, quite frankly. December 14th of 2023, there was an online neighborhood meeting, also not well attended by the neighbors. Moving forward to April and May of this year, there were a lot of one-on-one discussions with neighbors heading into the Planning Commission hearing. Most of those really didn't result in a lot of consensus or objective evaluation of the use and trying to reach a compromise. Even after the Planning Commission meeting, I myself spoke with some of the neighbors. They did rally and try to, or they did meet and try to come up with a consensus on what a compromise would look like. To my understanding, they were not able to reach a compromise to offer to the Jubes of what they would like to see. I'm hoping that that still comes through in their presentation. If not, we're prepared to offer a compromise if one is necessary. But we've heard that, and you heard from Ashland what was expressed at the Planning Commission. There were a lot of concerns about smoke from fires, probably fires in general. It's important to note that there's no firewood allowed on the property. It's propane only to try to limit the risk of fire. There were concerns that were expressed about the visibility of the site. I think Ashley even touched on the fact that most of this property is down in the creek, kind of sloping towards the creek. It's pretty well hidden. It's more visible from the properties located to the east than it is properties from the west. It is visible, although there's screening being proposed that would cut off a lot of the visibility from the immediate neighbor to the north. The immediate neighbor to the south did not express any opposition to this use at all, either previously or with this application. There was concern about transients moving in. Obviously, all of the folks that are coming onto this property are paying customers. It's not a homeless camp. I know you all have a history of dealing with homeless camps. This is not that. There's also a concern that the tents will turn into trash or debris. Obviously, the Jubes have an interest in maintaining this very well. It's what generates business. There are 3 tents there that were previously proposed. If those fall into disrepair, they will be replaced. It's just good for business in doing that. Plus, in order to minimize some of that, there is the proposal to include additional hard-sided structures. They should maintain their appearance a lot better. Obviously, they're a little safer for those that are occupying them than a tent would be during inclement weather. But that's very important that the appearance of this is very positive, because nowadays everybody gets reviews online. And if the reviews are bad, then business probably won't be very good. So some of those concerns, I think, they're valid, but it's a business, just like any other business. And then lastly, concerns over depreciation of land values. There was no evidence provided by any of the neighbors prior to Planning Commission or even at the Planning Commission hearing that suggested that a glamping operation or recreation camp adjacent or in the neighborhood of properties would depreciate any property values. So I'm going to go through the special use criteria, try to present our case for how we believe this application meets that criteria. The first criteria is whether or not it's generally, and the key there is generally, consistent with the applicable master plan. Obviously, what you're primarily looking at is your El Paso County master plan. As Ashlyn highlighted, the key area here is the Tri-Lakes area. The Tri-Lakes area is characterized as being sort of a bedroom community for those traveling to Denver. But it does highlight that future development in this area should align with existing character and strengthen the residential, commercial, employment, and entertainment opportunities in this community. We believe that a glamping operation not only brings tourism into the area, but it also is consistent with the rural character in the neighborhood, and it will actually help serve the Monument and Palmer Lake areas by providing additional overnight accommodation for those traveling to this area. Obviously, I think that would probably even extend to those going to the Air Force Academy or anywhere in El Paso County for that matter. Ms. Matthew also identified that the area change that we're talking about here is minimal change developed. I will highlight that the language that describes minimal change developed includes that it may include isolated pockets of vacant or underutilized land. The property is largely vacant. Most of this property is not developed. It could be developed. It's immediately adjacent to land that is within the incorporated boundaries of the town of Monument. Centralized services could be extended to the property, and it could be developed with pretty high density residential given what's immediately to the east. This obviously is not that. It's something in between, maybe 1 per 5 acres and what's in the town of Monument, but we see that as a good transition, which I'll expand on a little bit more. The description goes on to say that a mix of uses and scale of redevelopment is appropriate. We're talking about a mix of uses. This is a non-residential use. We're going to show you a map later that shows all the other non-residential uses in this neighborhood, which we feel allows for this to also be consistent with the area. The description finishes by saying, regardless of the development that may occur, if these areas evolve to a new development pattern of different intensity, their overall character can be maintained. The character that we're talking about here is not just what's in the county. It's also what's in the town of Monument, what's in Palmer Lake. Land use is not unique to just the jurisdiction that it's in. When we look at compatibility, we look at everything around it. And in this case, we have some small businesses around it, we have the town of Monument, and we have single-family residential. So we like to think that this provides a very nice transition from a very dense area to the east in Monument to a less dense area as you move closer to the National Forest. Ms. Matthew correctly identified that this is within the large lot residential place type. I won't go through this, but I will highlight that the supporting land uses, the primary is single family detached, but the master plan specifically identifies that supporting land uses to single family detached in the large lot residential place type includes commercial retail limited, which means smaller scale. It also includes commercial service limited, also on a smaller scale. That's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about a recreation camp that would fit within the commercial service limited category as a supporting land use. The character description for large lot residential identifies that the different large lot areas that exist in the county are going to take on their own unique character. They're not going to be the same from somewhere north of Falcon to somewhere south of the city of Fountain to this area. They're going to be different, so you have to look at each one individually. And the two things that they look at and should be considered are geography and landscape. In terms of geography, as I said, we're right next to the town of Monument. But in terms of landscape, we're in an area that is largely unseen from the neighborhood. It's unseen from the highway. We've got no opposition from the folks that live in the town of Monument to this application. That landscape is what makes this a unique property and what makes it something that really works well for this type of use. The adjacent place type is under the incorporated area place type. Obviously, I've hit on the fact that it's the town of Monument, but it calls out that there should be appropriate density and use transitions that occur between the varying place types. Well, the varying place types here are very high density incorporated area and your large lot residential. We're exactly in between those two. We feel like this is that transition. A use like this, rather than doing a high density residential development in the county, this is low impact, a rural use as a recreation camp that creates a nice use transition. Chapter 5 of the master plan focuses on economic development. I think this is critical. We're talking about a startup company. We're talking about emphasizing and supporting tourism in our region. Make no mistake, that is a part of this discussion today. Goal 3.1 within Chapter 5 says that the county should recruit new businesses and spur the development of growing sectors. I can't think of anything more growing in our area than tourism. You're seeing hotels being built up and down the interstate and in various areas throughout the county. That tells you people want to come to this region. People want to spend time and, as a result, spend money in our community. The goals in the master plan fully support that. In terms of business development, Chapter 5 says the county should actively support, not just support, actively support. That is a critical word in this sentence. Initial efforts to support entrepreneurs and small new business startups. It's unfortunate you don't get to see Chapter 5 a lot, because I think a lot of times the things that you're considering really kind of land in Chapter 3, which is the land use chapter. But this is a business, and it's something that the master plan says you and the planning commission should be actively supporting. I touched on tourism. Chapter 10, which is recreation and tourism, provides a lot of useful goals and principles. The phrase core principle in the master plan means that is the principle for that chapter. There's not multiple principles. It is the one for that chapter. And the core principle in Chapter 10 states that the county should maintain and expand the county's recreation and tourism options. This isn't a goal or a policy that's buried deep in the chapter. This is the core principle for this chapter. A glamping operation or any recreation camp would represent expansion of the county's tourism options. Goal RT1 states that the county should support high quality, sustainable outdoor recreation as a key amenity for residents and for visitors, not just for residents. We're not talking about just parks within neighborhoods. We're talking about the ability to engage with the outdoors. That's exactly what this recreation camp affords those that visit the property. And then lastly, goal RT3 says the county should explore projects, programs, and initiatives for enhancing tourism, not passively allowing it to happen, but enhancing it. This is an enhancement to all the other offerings out there for overnight accommodation. The second criteria is whether or not it's in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. I touched on this a little bit earlier, but I'm going to go in a little bit more detail. This, just for reference, this is the site plan. I've added some numbers so it's a little bit more easy to identify where the various sites are located. But I want to provide some pictures so you can see it for yourself. If you haven't been to the site, it's very rural. There's a lot of vegetation that provides screening. This is the immediate neighbor to the north. You can see that there's already screening for this site, which, going back, is site number 1, or excuse me, site number 5. There's a lot of vegetation screening this area between the property owner to the north and the closest site. So as you move around the property, this is looking north from site number 5, the one that I just highlighted. You can see there's a lot of vegetation that allows for screening of this respective site from that property to the north. Now looking down into Monument Creek, again, these are limited to tents only. There are no hard-sided structures allowed within the floodplain. This is looking east, and all the houses up on the ridge are within the town of Monument. That's how close the town of Monument is and how close that urban density is to the site. It's the immediate neighbor to the east. And just a shot looking north of Monument Creek. Again, if there's recreation happening, a lot of it happens around the creek. Nobody can even see most of what happens down there because it's so recessed from a topographical standpoint. Looking southeast along Monument Creek, this is kind of central to the property, actually closer to the south end. You can see that the houses up on the ridge. Again, none of those folks are in opposition. They're not here today to speak in opposition. As far as I know, we haven't gotten any letters in opposition from any of the folks that are up on the ridge looking down on it. So this is looking south towards site number 7. This is towards the southern part of the property, kind of southwestern part of the property. You can see there's a lot of vegetation here. It screens, especially seasonally, it screens it considerably to where you can't even see the tent. And then looking west, this is looking up towards Rickenbacker. So this would be looking towards the mountains and towards the National Forest. You really can't see this. I mean, it's a hard structure, so you can see it some, but it really gives you an appreciation for how much vegetation is already there and how much screening is already provided. And then lastly, again, looking south, this is looking from that site, looking towards the south. This is the nearest neighbor to the south. Again, the property owner of this property is not in opposition. We have not received any opposition from this owner. So the next criteria is whether the impact of the special use, whether it does not overburden or exceed the capacity of public facilities and services. I think your engineering staff touched on this a little bit, as well as Ms. Matthey. There's an existing well there. The existing well can provide for all the sites. There is also a proposed additional septic system that will accommodate the entire site. Commissioner Williams, I think you asked the question about dump site. There is no dump site because there's no plans to have RVs on the site. It's served exclusively by a septic system today. And then it will be served moving forward by an expanded septic system. Ms. Matthey pointed out that we don't currently have the septic permit. It's just like any other development. You're not going to install your wastewater system until you have your approval. That's bad business to spend that kind of money, but it is something that we know can get permitted, and will get permitted properly as part of that site development plan that comes after this special use process. You heard from the engineering staff that there's a minimal increase in traffic by adding the 4 units. I will highlight that the previous approval there's no limitation about seasonal use on that previous approval. So when they reviewed the traffic previously, there was no concerns. We're adding 4 more units. The criteria for even requesting a traffic study is that you have to increase it by 100 daily trips. We're not going to get anywhere near that with 4 additional sites. And I think Commissioner Geithner, you asked that question about traffic. We had interactions with Monument Fire. They have no formal comments, no concerns. The fire chief did verbally express to us support for the planned relocation of the driveway coming into the property. The existing one is pretty steep. It's tough to maintain that, and their concern was getting their fire truck up and down that. So now it's going to go from the north more, and it'll kind of cross-cut the slope so that it's not as steep getting in. He was fully in support with that. The next criteria is the special use will not create unmitigated traffic congestion or traffic hazards. I just touched on that a little bit. The access is going to be from Rickenbacker Avenue. Very minimal traffic. As a matter of fact, we talked about this with Planning Commission. With the development of Willow Springs, which you can see over here, and that's that development in Monument, there's actually a road now, a connection up to Cynthia's from Baptist. So that connection now takes a lot of the pass-through traffic that previously might have used Rickenbacker in a circuitous way to get up to Monument. A lot of that now goes up through the town of Monument. So even the background traffic volume should be being reduced. But obviously, we weren't even asked to provide a traffic study, so we feel like the traffic impact is very minimal. And that's as a result of the review by your own staff. And as I highlighted before, Mr. Jube did pay the traffic impact fee for his previous approval and agrees to pay it for the additional 4 units. The next criteria is whether it complies with applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations. I don't think that you heard any concerns from staff about compliance with any state or federal requirements. As I said, there are water rights for 12 units. There is a state permitted well. So all of that is legal. And as you all know, that's all regulated by the state of Colorado, the state engineer's office. There is plans to engineer a septic system for all 12 units. We have a clearance from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So in terms of compliance with federal law, that would be your federal law that would apply to the site. There's no identified light or noise pollution from the existing use, and nothing identified by your staff by expanding it by 4 units. There's obviously no negative odors. There's safe access into the site as reviewed and determined by your own staff. And then it will be in compliance with the county noise ordinance. There's been no violations of any noise ordinance. The next criteria is special use will not otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the present or future residents of El Paso County. We actually think it's a benefit, which I'm sure you're not surprised to hear that from me, but people need to get outdoors. The fact that people can bring their kids here and get them off of their devices, get them off the couch, and actually experience this wonderful county that we all live in, I think that that's really something. And I think that's something that should be promoted. It provides family togetherness. It provides a unique experience that people can't get a lot of other places. It's a very low impact rural land use. There are no unmitigated impacts, particularly with the proposed additional screening that we're proposing, and that will be required as part of the site development plan process. And then obviously supporting small business. It's hard enough to start a business and make it successful. It's even more challenging when you have to come before the Board of County Commissioners to get approval and try to grow legally. And that's why we're here today. We also feel like this use supports an ever-increasing tourism industry. I touched on that earlier. I think that's a big deal. And if we're not encouraging these types of land uses, eventually we stop getting them, and it's harder to accommodate those that want to come into our community. Next criteria is the special use conforms or will conform to other applicable counties' rules, regulations, or ordinances. As I stated, no additional issues were brought up by your staff. There is going to be a requirement, as I said earlier, to prepare a site development plan. That site development plan has to meet the black and white requirements of your land development code in Chapter 6, and also implement the conditions of approval that your staff has provided. So with that, Commissioners, I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Are there any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay,
Thank you.
no questions. Thank you. All right, any further presentations from staff at this time? Okay, as was outlined at the beginning of the hearing, we will then move on to the next phase of this, which is public comment. And we will begin with anyone in support of this item. Is there anyone here to speak in support of this application? Please come on down, introduce yourself, and your 3 minutes will begin. While he's making his way down, I'll outline something else that we do customarily. You are allowed to combine time on the same side of an issue with anyone who is present in the room. So begin thinking about that as we move through this. You can combine time times 3 minutes for the number of people here willing to donate their time. Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself. And
I'm Micah Jube, so that's my dad, no relation. Pine Hills neighborhood was where I spent my entire life before I got married. We moved there when I was 3. I absolutely loved it. It was and is the best neighborhood ever. This neighborhood was always a little out of control, though. There was hardly a week that went by without one of the neighbors texting us saying something like, has anyone seen my horse? Has anyone seen my goat? You know? And it was always kind of a tight, niche community that we had. The neighbor on the north side of us had a large, beautiful commercial garden with 20 to 30 small greenhouses. The neighbor on the west side of us has a kind of a hobby farm with horses and chickens and more. The neighbor to the south of us, unfortunately, she passed away and her land was bought by someone else. She gave me my first job when I was younger, and she always loved this idea and helped us start it up originally. It was always a little crazy, but we loved it. And most of the community and their families have RVs in their yards. There's lots of extra buildings and sheds in people's yards. Because of the character of the neighborhood, I wasn't that surprised when my dad got approved by the county to put a small recreational campground on his property. I thought it was a perfect fit for the land I grew up on. This expansion that we are talking about today will allow for my dad to pay for the fencing and the trees some of the neighbors that liked the idea had asked for. I believe this is a small trade-off for the large amount of screening that my dad has proposed. So anyway, surprise, I agree with my dad on this application. Unfortunately, the last meeting I attended at the planning department, the opposition didn't talk much about the application and instead spent their time personally attacking my dad. They called him a liar and a hypocrite and said he just loves breaking rules and doing all the wrong things. I don't believe anything could be further from the truth. My dad is not just a great dad, but a great grandfather to my kids. When my dad was informed of his violations, he immediately sought out a way to get them fixed and approved. And here we are today for hopefully the next approval. Jumping through all the hoops of getting approved was a hard task at first, and he didn't do everything perfectly, but he was always tried to come into compliance as honestly and as quickly as possible. I hope today we can leave the personal attacks aside and focus on the criteria of the application. I do think the additional units and the screening will be good for the neighborhood that I grew up in and the community and El Paso County as a whole. I hope very much that you approve this application today.
Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this application? Please introduce yourself and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good morning. My name is Isaiah Jube. I am also Chris Jube's son. No relation. Anyway. I'd like to touch on 3 things that I think that this proposal does really, really well. The first thing, I think it helps society. I think it helps the economy. And I think it builds a really good legacy. First thing is the society. So in our increasingly more and more digital world, we have very few opportunities to go out into nature and experience things. And I think that this makes it way more accessible for our society to get outside, enjoy the elements, and enjoy the great property that I grew up playing on. And I'm glad that we get to share it with everyone else now. The second thing I'd like to touch on is the economy. I think that JFK said, "A rising tide lifts all boats." I think that this business really is the tide. It's more of bringing people from all over the world sometimes. They all come and they bring their wallets and they support all these locally owned businesses. We have lots of locally owned businesses in Monument downtown, and they get to have this little patch of heaven that we have in the Monument area. The third thing I'd like to touch on is legacy. I have 3 children, my 3 grandchildren to him, and we didn't grow up with anything. Like we weren't well off, but we did have a great childhood. And again, playing in the backyard, playing in the creek, my parents did the best that they could, and they did a really good job with what they had. And now they get to take the land that they provided for us, and they get to share it with the rest of the world. And I think that is just a beautiful thing. So yeah, for all these reasons, I strongly suggest that you guys pass this. Thanks.
Thank you. Please sign in and state your name. And your 3 minutes will begin.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Terry Hayes with the Tri-Lakes Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Corporation, and Visitors Center. I am here to express my strong support for granting the special use modification to Monument Glamping. I've had the privilege of visiting the property twice, once during a guided walk and during their open house. These visits have given me a thorough understanding of the site's potential and the benefits it could bring to our community. Monument Glamping has demonstrated consistent engagement with our chamber and our local businesses. They have been active, participating in various events, generously contributing to and showing a genuine commitment to community, education, and social activities. Their involvement speaks volumes about their dedication to the community and their desire to be a positive force in our area. In fact, the owner was a nominee for Volunteer of the Year during our last event, and that underscores his dedication to giving back. One of my consistent concerns over the years has been the notable lack of accommodations in northern El Paso County. Currently, Monument has only one hotel and limited number of short-term rentals. That scarcity is a significant issue for a growing community, and Monument Glamping presents a unique and much-needed solution to this problem. By providing an alternate lodging option, it will not only attract more visitors, but also relieve the pressure of our existing accommodations. The introduction of Monument Glamping has and will have an even more profound positive impact on the greater El Paso County. Visitors drawn to this unique glamping experience will shop, dine, and explore our local attractions, thereby boosting our local economy. The additional tourism will support local businesses, create job opportunities, and enhance the overall vibrancy of our community. Change is hard, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. Monument Glamping is a valuable asset to El Paso County and will continue to be so in the future. It addresses a critical need for more accommodation and promises to bring substantial economic benefits to our community. I respectfully urge you to consider the granting of the special use modification for Monument Glamping. Thank you.
Thank you. Please sign in, state your name, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, Board of Commissioners. I'm Josiah Summers, and I found out about my family friend, the Jubes. Their situation, what's going on last night, and I heard that they needed support, so that's why I'm here this morning. So my first thought of hearing everything that's going on is that why do we think that this campground people would not. Okay, so let's see. So the market value of this neighborhood, right? I've heard that there's kind of concern that the prices will drop, right? So, well, why do we think that newcomers, new residents will not want to go to this campsite? Because my age and my generation, I see that and I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool. Even if I live right there, when I have kids, I would like to take my kids there. So I was thinking, why wouldn't the price increase, right? So, and I haven't heard that being said. So I see a possibility of price increase for housing. The second thing I thought about, so I read a little bit of Colorado Revised Statutes before coming here last night, and wrote down a couple ideas of what I could say, but there is, in part 3, it talks about local control of rents prohibited. I read some of that and my thought was like, why not let them have renters? I don't see a problem with it. I don't really have anything else to say, even though I have a minute left. I think that's what I wanted to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please sign in, state your name, and your 3 minutes will begin. While the next few are queuing up, do we have someone online that is in support Okay, so we will take this next speaker and then your online one, and then the next person in the audience.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. Matt Dunstan. I guess what I'd like to start off by saying is I've known the Jube family for a long time. Their friends are really good friends with our kids, and Chris is a good friend of mine. So Chris taught at the Monument Academy charter school, and he really pours his heart and soul into stuff. He's mostly a homeschool parent, has a lot of kids, but big into speech and debate, very much a critical thinker, and he just loves to interact with people. When he started, it's hard to support a family on a charter school teacher's pay, as you can imagine. When he started the Monument Academy glamping operation, I was so impressed with it, but I loved his approach. He was very intellectual about it, and he's very collegial. He got involved with a lot of other glamping organizations. And Chris loves glamping. His whole family is sold on this being, it really is a family business. They name each of their little glamping sites. They have a name for it. And each of their kids is kind of assigned to caring for each of the individual sites. It's such a neat family business. If you go see it personally, so impressive to see just what it's all about and how they do it and how they roll. I own property in that area, not far away, just about 3/4 of a mile to the north. And the house that will be my son Jeffrey's house is not far from that, from the south. And if you look at the character of that area, the layout, the feel, the properties, this glamping site fits in so perfectly, just like a glove. There's a 40-acre piece to the north, just contiguous to it to the north. And Chris is constantly in communication with the owner of that property, really good guy. It just matches absolutely perfectly. It makes my heart super happy to be there and to see the lives that are touched and the families, the Jube family that's blessed by this, but then also what it means for the area. We have a great area, you know. It's just beautiful. You look at Mount Herman, Chautauqua, Raspberry Mountain, Monument Creek running right through. And it's just really amazing that this family has found an amazing calling, really, a way of life, and that is hosting this glamping operation. And these have been approved before. I think it's an excellent, as the lady with the chamber said, it's just an excellent use of a property. It's a great thing for a family to do. Naturally, you're going to see circumstances where there's people against, naturally. But frankly, Chris bends over backwards to do everything he can to always accommodate people. And so Jeffrey is driving across country, picking up my brother's son, finishing his neurology residency, and they're driving across, I think, Kentucky right now. And he called me just a minute ago and wanted me to iterate that as well. So some of the thoughts are Jeffrey's as well. So thanks, commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for your patience in the room. We'll take the online caller if they are ready. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Yes, can you hear me okay?
I can. Please introduce yourself and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Pardon me. My name is Nathan Liliostrand, and my family and I live at 16385 Rickenbacker Avenue, and which is just 2 properties north of Monument Glamping on the same side of the road. As a small business owner, like so many others in our neighborhood, and a Tri-Lakes Chamber board member myself, I simply wanted to speak in our support of small businesses in our area and love seeing individuals and families find new ways to create new businesses. And as far as us being a very near neighbor to Monument Glamping, where our house is, almost all, if not all, guests have to drive by our house in order to get to the Jube's property. We have not had any adverse interactions with Monument Glamping or their guests. Some people have concerns about guest traffic, but I can speak that it is actually kind of funny that when guests do drive by, we can usually tell who guests are and who are not guests and just neighborhood folks because of how slowly the glampers are usually driving, trying to search out the Jube's property. very often stopping in front of our property in order to try and find it. And if we happen to be outside, like we are very often, tending to our own home and yard and animals and whatnot, and just being neighborly, we will help them, guide them down and say, nope, this isn't the spot, but just go 2 more driveways down on your left, and there they are. So we get along with all of our neighbors. I can understand, people's concerns about a business, but as far as our perspective, it hasn't been a negative impact to our property at all. And like I mentioned at the beginning, we love seeing people use their properties in a way that is beneficial for them and hopefully to the community. And we all have differences of opinions, but I would like to see them be able to be successful doing a venture that is pretty neat for our area. So thank you for your time, and I hope you guys would take that into consideration as a very near neighbor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Nancy. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in support of this application? Please come down, sign in, and introduce yourself, and your 3 minutes can begin. While he's signing in, Nancy, do we have anyone else queued up in support? Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Clark. I'm a realtor here in Colorado Springs over the last 19 years. Been a resident of Colorado Springs since 1981. I used to own restaurants. So visitors are very important to our economy, I feel, especially me as being a business owner and a realtor. In a nutshell, I had a piece of property, a parcel, 27.5 acres for sale up in the mountains back in 2021. And it was not selling. And I took it over from another agent. But I had met Chris with the Tri-Lakes Chamber, and he mentioned glamping. I didn't know what that was. So I researched it, and the owner of the property, I mentioned it to him because he was going to put yurts on that property and pretty much do the same thing. Excuse me. And so I pitched it to Chris. Chris and I went out there. It ended up being sold to another person who failed on his loan, but he built a tiny home on the property. And I want to clarify, a tiny home is not really an RV. Yes, it's on wheels, but it's generally taken off and put on a solid foundation. This particular one that Chris purchased from the gentleman who failed on the loan, I'm sorry. I've been in it, I've recorded it. It falls in line with glamorous camping. It's really, really nice property. A piece of I don't recognize it as an RV. You wheel it in and you can leave it on the wheels or plant it on a firm foundation. It's self-contained. And it's a rust color, so it blends in nicely. I really, after researching and finding out what glamping is all about, I felt this was a perfect fit for Chris's operation, and in that I really support what Chris is doing and in favor of the modification. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself and sign in. Just in a quick show of hands, do we have anyone else wishing to speak in support of this item? Okay, I think what we'll do, I have had a request for a quick break. So if I multiply those number of hands by 3, is that timing okay? Or do we, okay. We will try to complete everyone in support, take a quick break, and come back for the remainder. And if you're not familiar with how these hearings go, every commissioner does have to be present for every piece of testimony presented in order to cast a vote. So we will make sure that we can do that and still take care of personal business for just a couple minutes. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Rob Socek. I'm a neighbor 6 parcels to the north of the glamping site. I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me out. So I met Chris through the Tri-Lakes Chamber, and I have a very similar property. We share Monument Creek. I'm right on the road where the new development is in Monument. So they built that through, so that goes right next to my property. And I have not seen any kind of impact change from when the glamping started to now. I've actually seen people use the road that goes past my property more going away from us. As when we're talking about like light pollution and things like that, I see nothing from his site ever. I don't even notice that it's there. I don't hear people. I have met people that come and stay there. They're great people. They're there for the recreation, for the mountain biking trails that we have in the area. They're just great people. And so I've visited the site a couple times and it's gorgeous. So I'm excited for when family comes to come stay at the glamping site because it's something unique. So my aunt and uncle are coming in from France, and to offer something like this that my kids can ride their bike to go visit, and they can, they don't have to stay in my house, which is fantastic. It's a great thing to have to offer. And there really is limited places to stay in the Monument area. I've been coaching hockey for 20 years, and I coach in the Monument ice rinks. And when we have tournaments, people have to get hotels that are 30 minutes away because we have 100 teams of 20 kids, and you do the math, we just don't have anything to support that. And this is a step in the right direction for that. As to Chris and taking proactive steps, I'm an insurance agent local in Monument, and when he was proposing this, he wanted to make sure that he was doing everything right. So he came to me to ask all the pertinent questions of what did he need to do to protect the people that were there, to make sure that he had liability coverage, to do all the things that he needed to do before ever going forward with anything. So I really do think that Chris does things the right way. He thinks about everything critically, the impact, and everything that he's done has been a positive I think, for our neighborhood and for the community as a whole. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support? And if you would, feel free to kind of queue up and sign in ahead of time if you would like to, so that we can be efficient with this process.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for hearing me. Thanks for your sacrifice for your job. I'd like to talk first about just some things that I think are some inconsistencies or trends that actually you see with the opposition really quick. So one of those things that I see, hopefully if you've got a ringleader, they're trying to bring everybody in to present facts and stay out of the emotion and stay out of the slander. And so hopefully that's the way it comes out. But I see some things that I think are common that I just want to present real quick. Traffic, I think you can see is one of those. If the same litmus tests were applied to go into town, there's been a lot of growth in Monument. So traffic's one of them. Progress is another. We like that Whataburger and some of these restaurants are coming into town, but hopefully some of the people are hopefully not too close to my house. And so home values. Home values is a concern. We're at the Colorado Pumpkin Patch on the other side of town. The home values are one of the things that were brought up there. Northern El Paso is a beautiful place. A lot of people come to Northern El Paso and they love it. If you look at the history there, after the pumpkin patch went in Canterbury, the rates of the value went up at 18% for multiple years in a row when Monument was at 8%. Interestingly, if you look on Zillow, right now there's no homes for sale. And why is that? Because they've all sold. So the ones that are for sale are gone. And that's not consistent with the other communities in the area. So people love when they come to Northern El Paso County. And the other thing I think is kind of a weak argument is the unfortunate thing that comes up about the Jubes and their character. I think it's unfortunate that those things come up in a conversation, but I think the thing is that you'll see the email trail from them hey, look, the county has a million rules and they have a fair turnover there. If 100% of the information isn't understood or communicated effectively, all these things can happen. It doesn't mean suddenly the Jews are a part of some crime ring, you know. So I commend the Jews actually on bringing in Vertex. I think they're doing a great job of trying to smooth out the process and make sure everything's understood well. So I commend them on that. And the last thing I'd like to talk about is traditionally, you know, in the county, in the past, you had to go to Denver or Manitou to do anything with a family. And Great Wolf Lodge came in, and there's been some progress, so that's been improving a little bit. But El Paso still has a long ways to go. Here's my case in point on that. You know, El Paso is involved heavily in, a lot of people are involved in ministry in this town, a lot of people are involved in military in this town, and you see that taking a little bit of a toll. There's people's hearts and their lives are on the line. Incidentally, when I was looking up some information, and we're involved, of course, with families, helping families as well, El Paso was at the top of the list for divorce and suicide in the state. And it's pretty bad when you can beat out Denver County on those things. So I think the community needs this. I think it's great for the community, and I'd like to see more of it. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and your 3 minutes can begin.
Hi, my name is Kaya Jube. I am a mom that lives in El Paso County. My husband and I and our 3 little kids absolutely love the outdoors. We love hiking, fishing, hunting, and camping. And as a stay-at-home mom, I try to spend a good amount of time exploring the outdoors with my kiddos. However, unfortunately for a family like ours that probably belongs in the past, there seems to be less and less options for families and their children to spend time outdoors. In fact, it is difficult to find a kid nowadays that can go more than 5 minutes without looking at an iPad or TV. So when my father-in-law first put a luxury tent in his yard for people to enjoy the beautiful property that my husband grew up on, I was a little skeptical, but over the years, I've seen families and their kids enjoy time away from their TVs and iPads. I've seen families walk away closer than when they came, and I've heard stories from parents who saw the spark come back in their kids' eyes after their stay. I now understand that glamping, glamorous camping, is exactly what El Paso County needs. There is a stark difference between glamping and camping, especially for people like me. I have a medical condition called ulcerative colitis. I was diagnosed when I was 14 and had a massive flare when I was pregnant with our first child, which left me with an ostomy bag. Glamping is a perfect way for those of us who are unable to go completely off-grid due to our medical conditions to enjoy everything that camping has to offer. I definitely don't consider myself disabled, but plenty of people that do have been able to enjoy this outdoor recreational camp. It provides a lot of things for people that can't go traditional camping: clean and comfortable bathrooms, large and comfortable beds, and the tiny houses are climate-controlled spaces that keep it comfortable all year round. I have a 2-month-old baby who's here today. She's great, but taking a newborn camping is basically impossible. It's too cold or it's too hot, or the baby just doesn't like tents. I really do believe, though, that it is important for recreational camps to have structures that are climate controlled and lockable for young families like mine to stay safe and comfortable and to still be able to enjoy the outdoors. So thank you for listening, and I hope you approve Monument Glamping's application today.
Thank you.
My name is Linnea Botine. I am a neighbor of the Jubes. I live driving-wise about 4 minutes from the property. So I just want to address their family as I know them as neighbors. We have children that are the same age that do a lot of activities together. I trust the Jubes with my children. And from a standpoint of, I don't live exactly right there, but as we come back and forth, especially with the kids' activities, I didn't even know that all of those camping sites were down there. And now that I'm paying attention more, I've been watching the traffic. You know, I come back and forth at different times during the day and the evening and have not noticed, you know, anyone loitering or any of that sort of thing that I know that are concerns. And one thing that I did appreciate about the Jubes is how they reached out to neighbors. I watched as Chris addressed some of the letters of opposition and how he addressed every single one of them, and how he mentioned one of the neighbors with asthma and how they took that into consideration and with the smoke from fires. So I appreciate that. That's the kind of neighbor they want to be. I also, as a small business owner, I've grown up in small business my entire life. I know the complications. I know that people do worry about, new things coming into the community. And that's why I appreciate the Jube family so much, because they do care. They do want to do things right, and their property is beautiful. And I believe it does affect our community in a really positive way. As their family, as their children get a lot of education just in running a business and being part of that business. Even my own sons that are 16, when they're over there, they see what their children are doing as far as cleaning, doing yard work, working in the business to make it succeed. It's been a very positive thing on my teenagers. And also, as one of the neighbors stated, it's a wonderful thing to tell people that come and visit us. We're in Colorado, they love being here. That this is a unique option for them to stay. If I don't have enough places in my home, this is a place that I would recommend to people coming in. And there's a lot of unique businesses in the Monument area that I think need to be supported, especially when they're run so well and with so much ingenuity like this property is. I did not know a lot about it. We moved in the area about 5 years ago. So I have been on the property. I've toured it with one of their children. He showed me the property, and it's absolutely beautiful. This is not a campground atmosphere. This is not where they're piling people in. The spaces they have are adequately spaced, and they're really beautiful. So I hope that you'll consider that, know the kind of people that are running this business, and that it really is an asset to our small community. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and your 3 minutes will begin.
My name is Sherry Parks. I am also a member of the community. I live a few minutes from the Jubes. Off of Mount Herman Road, we back the National Forest. And in a time after COVID, you did see a lot of people coming and visiting, and they camp up there, they stay up there. We have traffic, an overabundance of people up there, traffic, etc. So the traffic from the glamping is not affecting that. I have lived there. We have owned a home there for 20 years. And I agree with Terry and everybody else that has spoken that in support of small businesses, we do not have adequate housing for people who come. There are a lot of people up there. We don't have adequate housing. We don't have, places to stay, and small businesses. We watch small businesses fail every day. I would like to see a small business succeed. They have been a value added to the community, and I hope that you will support them today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please sign in, state your name, and your 3 minutes can begin. And if the next person wants to be ready, that would be great. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Andy Stauffer. So I've known the Jubes for about 25 years now. I've had a couple of the boys work for me in my construction company here in town, which I've run since 1999. My wife and I and a couple of our boys, now we're up to 4 boys, moved here in 1997. We became El Paso County homeowners on the morning of September 11th, 2001, as the towers were coming down. Few years after that, we bought our 5-acre property in Black Forest. And so we live in a very similar situation as the Jubes, where our neighbors all have acreage. We can spread out, we can enjoy what a lot of the folks in the city or folks coming from other parts of the country just come here and are just awestruck by the beauty of El Paso County. So I can appreciate that that our county, as well as the commissioners, have some tricky things to figure out as things are changing. I would hate to see their project be a casualty of a phenomenon I call it's new, it's different, I don't like it. I see that out there, and I can understand, as many of us are conservative minded, that can be our initial gut reaction. But I see a couple of scenarios here in El Paso County that one is similar on the, like, let's say the short-term rental issue that you all have to work through. It's and also similar when you look and you consider urban sprawl versus density. Like if you were to ask anybody, hey, what do you think of urban sprawl? They say, well, that's a real problem. Nobody wants our cities to just grow out, our counties to grow out to where you have to drive to get to everywhere and you're so far from amenities. But then if you say, okay, well, what do you think about density? And those same people say, oh, well, I don't want to be on top of each other. That's not going to work either, but you can't have both. So that paradox is a really tricky situation we all find ourselves in. So I think the same thing applies in this case where people want to come here and where do they stay? And so there's folks out here I can understand saying, hey, I don't want a campground right next door to me. But on the other hand, what if you say, well, the alternative is they're going to stay at the Marriott or the Hilton or the Hyatt, and all those dollars are going to pass right by our local citizens that have bought in to El Paso County and have raised their families here and have a resource that is going to allow them to offer this to everyone else and make some money that stays right here in El Paso County. So I think that's what they have an opportunity to do, and I'm in support of it, and I hope you can look at it in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Short. Hello, Honorable Board, and thank you for your time today. My name is Seisha Warren, and I live in El Paso County. I have 5 children, 2 amazing daughter-in-laws, and 2 grandchildren. And I deeply care about the community they are all being raised in and getting to pour into. I am here today to speak on the way that the Jubes and Monument Glamping have positively impacted youth and community in this county. I have been involved in pouring into youth and kids throughout music and outreaches for most of my life. I currently volunteer as a youth director, hosting 50+ Youth Weekly at community gathering places. After 2020, I actively began looking for opportunities to lower the growing numbers of suicidal teens in this county. Once I shared this with the Jubes, and they immediately donated time at their property and glamping sites to host a night of teaching teens. We even all huddled away in glamping tent number 2 while rain passed over. Friends who have helped me mentor teens in the past even drove in from other states to help. This is not a one-time occurrence for the Jubes to hop on board at the mere mention of something I desired to do for the community. In fact, I became closer friends with Wendy Jube as I shared my dream to give boxes of food to at least 9 other families as times got harder for many people a few years ago. She immediately said, I know how you can do that, and introduced me to a friend who owned a food pantry that we both still now get to serve alongside. I have often been given food and supplies at the Jubes home and property to pass out to others throughout this city. The Jubes are not just a business, but I believe they're an arm in the community that take the opportunity to build bridges to serve wherever a door opens. I have firsthand experience knowing them is not just checking into a campsite, but also being invited into a belief that community is something that you actively give into. I feel that when I go to monument glamping sites, and I bet others do too, I also believe that Wendy and Chris would like to be a part of relationships with neighbors and would like to learn how they can meet at a place that would make the most of the community feel that monument glamping is sometimes something that neighbors would actually like to support because it does make a difference. One of my favorite things that Wendy Jube has told me is that she feels such peace as the campsites wind down at night and enjoy a beautiful time in the community. Thank you for your time, and thanks for considering things that impact this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this application today? Please sign in, state your name. Is this our last one in the room, or are there a few more on the side? Okay. Please sign in, state your name, and your 3 minutes will begin. Nancy, do we have anyone else online? Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Wendy Jube, and I am one of the owners at Monument Glamping. Usually I do not get up and speak, but I really felt like I probably should today. We have lived in the area ourselves for 24 years. We actually moved here with Focus on the Family Ministries. We strive to be good neighbors. We are a hardworking family. Some of our neighbors have actually called us the salt of the earth kind of people. We're always working hard. We're willing to help. We do have a large family ourselves besides the campground. We have 16 children, and we actually are almost on 20 grandchildren. And so we host all the time. We love to do hospitality. And just when our family comes over for a Sunday dinner, we're over 20 people. Glamping was a natural extension of our family and what we were already doing on our property. We had started with just one site and really saw how people enjoyed the outdoors and unplugging and connecting together. We love to host couples and families, giving them a little break just from apartment time. You know, the kids get out, they get to play in the creek a little bit, they get to take their eyes off screens, and really it's a wonderful thing that we do. Like I said before, we love hosting. It is an extension of who we are. We strive to be good neighbors. We would love to be helpful. When we do have people over, I believe that they feel comfortable, they feel well taken care of, they find their time to be relaxing and enjoyable. Recently, I read a study where children are not even able to identify a common flower outside or a bug or an animal, and it just breaks my heart that people are not getting outside enough. Also, as been stated, Monument has one hotel, and that's it. And so when people come, there really just is no place to put people up unless they head up north or south from us. And so anyway, we would like to continue in our hospitality, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support of this application today? Okay. With that, I'm going to acknowledge our county attorney for a brief statement, and then we will take a brief recess and be back with then anyone here to speak in opposition of the application. Then the applicant will have a chance for rebuttal and then deliberation by the board. So that's the rest of the process. If those of you here to speak could take the time to go ahead and sign in and be ready for us to, again, keep the hearing moving efficiently, that would be great. With that, Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please note today that the item being heard is quasi-judicial. That means that the Board of County Commissioners is determining rights, duties, obligations of specific individuals by applying presently existing legal standards or policy considerations to past or present facts that are being developed at this hearing. In order to ensure legal due process requirements are met, the commissioners have not discussed the substance of this application outside of today's hearing, and they will not discuss it during the break today.
With that, we are on a brief recess. Good morning and welcome back to the Thursday, June 27th Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. We are on item number 9 and we are at the point of taking members of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application. And with that, we will go ahead and jump right in. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak in opposition of application? If so, please sign in, state your name. And again, we do have the rule of being able to combine and donate time. So please indicate how many people you are speaking for.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Macheski. I'm an attorney with Springer and Steinberg in Denver, Colorado. I am representing and speaking on behalf of, I believe, a dozen homeowners in the neighborhood who are present today. There are a couple of others who are also here with us in opposition who will speak, who wish to speak for themselves and use their own 3 minutes. So I would ask that I be allocated the time for 12 members. I have a list of the individuals if you want that for the record, or I can have them raise their hands for the.
We traditionally just ask those donating their time to please raise their hand and we'll set the clock accordingly. And these are excellent. Can I get some assistance in counting that? I think it was more than 12.
I don't know if you're counting. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You got 19.
Well, there will be 2 others who are, I believe, want to use their own time. So.
Okay. So those of you who raised your hands are donating your time and then unable to speak individually. So that puts us at 17, I believe. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself again for the record and you may proceed.
Thank you. And I lost my. Okay. Again, my name is Chris Macheski. I'm an attorney with Springer and Steinberg in Denver, Colorado. And I'm here to speak on behalf of neighbors of the Monument Glamping operation in opposition to this modification of their special use permit. First off, I wanted to say that the individuals I represent here today do not oppose small business. And certainly several of them have their own small businesses in the neighborhood. The issue is not, we don't want small business in this neighborhood. The issue is the incompatibility of this proposal with the neighborhood. And indeed, I will assume that the commissioners have read the minutes of the Planning Commission's hearing on this, because the questions asked and the issues raised at the Planning Commission meeting were almost all of the relevant issues that are being addressed today. And in particular, the report that the Planning Department has put before the Commission has noted that this proposed modification of this use, the special use permit, does not comply with several of the criteria necessary for approval of this project. And just to be clear, the neighbors I represent were informed of the original project, the original special use permit, where it was 8 tent sites, and almost uniformly withdrew their opposition to that in order to allow the Jubes to operate a business, have income from their property, and operate something that would hopefully be in compatibility with the neighborhood characteristics as a whole. Now, almost from the beginning, that was not the case. And so that's why we are here today opposing this modification, because from our standpoint, the Jubes have never been in compliance with the special use permit that was originally granted for this property. And that's largely what the Planning Commission addressed as well, was this has always been out of compliance. It has always been an issue of going beyond what was permitted. And that is the real issue here that we are raising in opposition. The special use, as the Planning Commission indicated, is not consistent with the applicable master plan. It is not consistent with the intent and purposes of the zoning district where the use is proposed to be located, and does not conform to the approved development plan. And the special use will not be in harmony with the character of the neighborhood and compatible with the existing and allowable land uses in the surrounding area. That's your own planning department's recommendation to the board today. We would go further and state that there are other criteria that the special use does not comply with. We believe the 12 sites proposed, including up to 9 hard-sided units on this property, would result in an over-intensive use of the land. We believe that it will create undue traffic congestion or traffic hazards in the surrounding area. We believe that the special use will cause significant air, water, light, and noise pollution, particularly the use of additional large hard-sided structures. We believe that the special use will otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the present or future residents of El Paso County. And this was an issue that was raised by at least one of the commissioners at the Planning Commission. And that the special use does not or will not conform to all other applicable county rules, regulations, and ordinances. Now, obviously, the applicant's representative has indicated that what they have proposed is technically in compliance with the rules and regulations applicable to a recreation camp. But that raises a question of what exactly is a recreation camp. And in this particular situation, our argument is that the Jubes are proposing something beyond a recreation camp and are moving towards an RV park. And at the Planning Commission meeting, Ms. Matthey raised the issue that if you have if you have 2 or more RVs on a property, you have an RV park rather than a campground. And so we're kind of conflating recreation camp with an RV park here. We're saying, well, it's a campground because it has hard-sided units or tiny houses or an RV. Well, no, that becomes an RV park. And then the question is, okay, is the intent of the regulation about an RV park, does that include hard-sided structures like container homes or a tiny home? Or is it simply Airstream trailers? What is an RV? One of the issues here, I think, is the applicant is trying to kind of slide between the lines of the different undefined terms here in the county code. And we're asking that the commissioners look at this with some additional scrutiny based on what has happened in the past. Now, the argument has been, well, we shouldn't look at past violations of the applicant in whether or not this particular application meets with the approval or meets the criteria for approval by the commissioners. Well, it's hard to go and look at this in reality without looking at the past actions of the applicant. And so what are they proposing versus what is reality on what is going to happen? And in this situation at the Planning Commission level, the applicant was extremely evasive about what he intended to do with the property. Did he intend to put hard-sided structures on the property, or was this additional tent sites? And after some additional questioning, it became clear that, well, although there are 3 sites in the floodplain that are required to be tent sites, that in all likelihood, the other 9 would end up being hard-sided structures. And the reason for that, as Mr. Jube stated at the Planning Commission level, was the hard-sided structures are more popular. Not surprisingly, Colorado has varying weather, would be a charitable way of putting it. We sometimes have thunderstorms in the afternoon followed by sunshine and 95-degree heat. So, and sometimes sleet in the summertime or freezing rain. So obviously having hard-sided structures would increase his occupancy and increase the profitability of his site. Well, that's not what was included in the original approved plan, the original special use permit. And that's not what was discussed with neighbors. It was to be 8 tent sites. And now we're talking about 12 sites total, with up to 9 of those being hard-sided structures, either container homes or RVs, similar to what's on the property already, which is, you know, a huge 5th-wheel RV. Sure, it's glamorous, but it doesn't fit in with the rural character of what we're discussing here in this neighborhood. And in particular, you know, we've heard discussions about, well, Monument does not have adequate hotel space. I'm afraid that what Mr. Jube is applying for here is essentially a 9-unit hotel with a few tents set aside. And those hard-sided structures are going to be hotel rooms 24/7, 365 days a year, rather than a recreation camp and something that is more seasonal or limited occupancy. So that is the concern of my clients. It's not that the Jubes are, you know, bad people. They're obviously lovely people. They have a lovely family, but that's not the issue. The issue is what is compatible with the neighborhood, what is compatible with the county regulations for this type of property. I want to go through some slides here that we put together. Just what they have described the site as versus what they have actually operated in the past. Now, the neighbors have expressed their concerns mostly because of what they've seen in the past, and that is continued non-compliance with what was approved initially, the 8 tent sites. Almost from the beginning, there was at least 1 container home on the property that was rented out, and there was also a large RV added, as one of the guests here, or the speakers in support, indicated last year, that Mr. Jube had purchased from another glamping operation or another property owner. So first of all, I wanted to give an indication of the neighborhood responses and the folks who have submitted letters in opposition versus those who have submitted letters in support. And obviously, most of those you see that have submitted letters in opposition are in the immediate Pine Hills neighborhood. And some of the supporters are nearby, but others who have spoken today, one gentleman with the construction business lives across the other side of I-25, far away, and on his own, you know, large lot in the Black Forest area. So this would give an indication of the people who are here today in opposition to this approval versus those who are in support. And again, although the Board of Commissioners may not consider past violations as to the question of whether or not this proposal fits with the criteria to be approved by the commissioners, I think it's worthwhile to look at the history of this project, including how it came before the commission in the first place. And that involves the timeline of approvals and violations. You know, as Mr. Jube's representative stated, he started this operation back in 2019 as 1 tent, expanded it to 2 tents, then 3 tents, and then, you know, a complaint was received to the county, code violation, and the county came out and investigated. And so we see the timeline of how this project proceeded before any special use permit was even submitted. And so you can see the special use approval, the original special use approval, in July, on July 26, 2022. Now, at that time, there were already 7 tents and 1 container on the property. Again, the container home was not included in the original special use. That was clarified at the Planning Commission level. The RV, the large RV, arrived in March of 23, which generated more complaints, more compliance complaints. And you know, Mr. Jube has his own YouTube page, and he talks about his violations. And he talks about them rather flippantly about asking, if he were to ask for approval before doing anything, you know, he wouldn't get anything done, is essentially his statements in his YouTube videos. And we provided links to the particular videos containing the quotes in this presentation. The original special use site plan, this is what we were able to pull up as being approved, showed the individual sites. And again, these were to be tent sites. And again, this was based on Mr. Jube talking with neighbors about, okay, this is what I intend to do. This is how it will be in compatibility with the characteristics of the neighborhood. The neighbors, over their own reservations, agreed to this proposal and said, sure, let's see how it goes. And they would, many if not all, withdrew their opposition, and the original permit was approved administratively. Now, this modification is considerably different. And if you look at the different indicators here, the different plan for the site compared to what was originally proposed, we have a lot of, we still have the sites marked in red. You can see those starting in the upper left-hand corner of the property. And then the additional screening, the additional infrastructure and driveways that Mr. Jube is proposing with this modification. Well, again, the issue here, according to the Planning Commission staff, is that this is not just a modification. This is an entirely different use. Going from 8 tent sites to 12 sites, 9 of which would potentially be hard-sided structures, container homes or RVs, is not simply, you know, a gradual step. This is an entirely different use. And indeed, I think this goes more to a hotel type operation or an RV park, whether you call container homes or tiny homes, RVs or glamping sites. That's kind of irrelevant to the spirit of the regulation. Now, again, Mr. Jube has made some contradictory comments, which raise concerns to the neighbors behind me who oppose this modified use about whether he intends to comply and what he really intends to do with the property. And again, he's made statements that I wasn't in compliance like I thought I was, but the county came up with a solution. I would just go ahead and apply for an addendum to my special use and better define what a glamping structure is, because I didn't want to be limited to just tents, and I never really had that intention. He also talked about the 4 additional sites he's requesting being needed to offset the additional cost of infrastructure that he needs on the property, while at the same time talking about the income he's drawn from the existing sites. Now, obviously, it seems obvious to me that the additional infrastructure would probably not be needed if we were talking about tent sites. Those are only going to be needed if we're talking about container homes or tiny homes or RVs that have indoor plumbing, dishwashers, running water, sinks, showers. So we're talking about an incredibly expanded use from what was originally proposed with 8 tent sites on the property. Again, one of my client's concerns is that the applicant here wants the ability to swap out the approved tents with any type of glamping structure. And these can be vastly different from what was originally discussed with the neighbors in the Pine Hills neighborhood. Just a Google search of different types of glamping structure reveals everything from bell tents to yurts, safari tents, tree houses, cottages, tiny houses, caravans, campers, RVs, geodesic domes, camper vans, wagons. Kind of the sky's the limit here. And there's no limitation on what Mr. Jube intends to do with these hard-sided structures on these sites. Are they going to be fifth-wheel RVs? Are they going to be 20-foot container homes? We don't have any clarification there. He obviously wants the ability to move and change structures as demand requires, and that's what he stated at the Planning Commission level. Again, the major concern here, I think, goes back to character of the neighborhood. And although the applicant's representative has argued that this is a good transitional use, we argue to the contrary, that this special use is not in harmony with the character of the neighborhood, and it would not be compatible or with the existing allowable land uses in the surrounding area. And indeed, that's what your Planning Commission staff has said in their report as well. So what we have right now is 8 sites, 2 of which are hard-sided structures, but what's being proposed is 12 sites with up to 9 hard-sided structures. And just to give an idea, and we put together a little bit of a graphic here of, okay, this is what we could have. We could potentially have 9 container homes, or potentially have 9 fifth-wheel RVs on sites on this property. And then what does that do with the density, the use of the property? Well, we've already talked about occupancy. Generally, these sites are limited to 4 persons per site. And I think there were a couple that were limited to 2, but at the original Planning Commission meeting, I went through and counted prior to the meeting what the sites were existing, what the maximum occupancy was, and estimated based on that we could have more than 40 people on the property, not including Mr. Jube or his immediate family, at any time. And that's just occupying these 12 sites. So this is not a minor expansion of a recreation camp from 8 sites to 12. This would not continue to be a low-impact, nature-based use of the property. This is essentially creating an RV park. And that is not included in the definition of a recreation camp. And so other concerns, although Mr. Jube's representative spoke a lot about the screening, the natural screening from vegetation, and the intent to add additional screening. This is what we're talking about as far as the views, and this is from a view from the property immediately to the north of the Jube's property. And you can see where sites 1, 2, and 3 would be located. Site number 12 is the RV, the big red RV, and site number 4 is also shown in this picture. And so that's what it looks like today, or recently. And proposing to put additional container homes on the property would be just an additional increased use and be additionally obtrusive compared to the existing tents on the property. Monument glamping, we believe, is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Although Mr. Jube's site generally contains good reviews from his guests, there are some who made the comment that, this was not what I was expecting for a glamping site. It's much more urban because we're looking at a subdivision across the creek with high-density housing. Also, talking about the compatibility and the expectations for the character of the neighborhood, although this is obviously not binding upon the commissioners, it is binding upon Mr. Jube, and this is what the individuals sitting behind me in opposition to this project expected when they purchased their homes in the neighborhood. They expected a covenant-controlled community that had limitations on what could be done with the property. And these covenants date back to 1957 when the neighborhood was laid out. In particular, they talk about dwellings to be erected upon the lots containing a minimum of 1,100 square feet. The restriction would apply to temporary or seasonal dwellings or cottages. No dwelling being placed on any lot or a portion thereof having an area of less than 1 acre. No lot or portion thereof shall be used for purposes other than residential unless the dwelling used as a residence also is also maintained upon the premises. Again, proposing 12 sites in addition to the main house would be 13 sites on the property. 3 would be tents, and obviously probably 10 of them would be hard-sided structures, including the main residence. And then the covenants also prohibit structures of a temporary character, trailers, basement houses, tents, garages, barns, or outbuildings shall be used on any lot at any time as a human habitation, either temporarily or permanently. So again, this is the characteristic of the neighborhood that the residents who've lived there for some 20 or 30 years have expected all along. Again, there is not an opposition to small businesses in the neighborhood as long as they are compatible with the characteristics and aesthetics of the community. Indeed, the property directly to the north, Blue Skies Organic Vegetables, operates a small organic vegetable farm. There's a pumpkin patch, which was previously mentioned, Fall Mountain Farm. I believe they also have, looked like on their website, a small petting zoo and maybe some mazes in the fall. But again, we have other businesses too, home businesses. There's a contractor who operates a business from his home, also has a property investment business. There's horse boarding, dog training, snow removal business, graphic design, strategic planning. These are all home businesses that do not have an extraordinary impact on the characteristics or the aesthetics of the neighborhood, not like a 24/7, 365-day-a-year hotel camp would have. The traffic concerns, obviously, we may not rise to the level of requiring a traffic study just because of the use, but given the additional sites, additional hard-sided sites, and additional expected occupancy of those sites, we believe the traffic impact would be more than what has been estimated by the applicant here. And just an example are some pictures of cars parked on the street or the road, Rickenbacker Avenue, which is an unpaved road, near the Jubes residence over different periods of time. And whether these were guests of the glamping operation or just personal guests or family members, I can't say, but it just gives an indication of the impact of additional occupancy on this property and additional sites being allowed on this property and how that would potentially affect overflow parking on Rickenbacker Avenue. We also believe this special use would not otherwise, or would be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the present and future residents of El Paso County. One of the county planning commissioners raised an issue of, well, are those people down in the tent sites by the creek, when they get up in the middle of the night, are they walking to the restroom or using the restroom facilities with their tent, or are they just using Monument Creek as a bathroom? And those are concerns that already exist. Obviously, this gives a picture of some of the different tent sites, the family camp. Several of these, the tent sites near the creek, use what are described as Cabela commodes, which are essentially a chair with a 5-gallon bucket and a plastic liner underneath as a toilet. And the question being, well, how are those disposed of? One of the issues that was originally brought up was there should be a process for dealing with those, or dealing with that waste properly. And that's one of the issues that I don't know that has ever been addressed throughout the continuing special use permit for this property. But this also gives you on the right side of the screen an indication of what the container home and the RV home, or tiny home, Big Red, look like on the property. And again, I think we can expect that with this approval, we're going to see 9 sites with container homes or RVs that, as you can see, have sinks, indoor plumbing, presumably running water, toilets, showers. So as for the additional water use, the applicant has said, well, the well on site will be adequate. That's an issue that some of the neighbors around this property who also use wells have concerns about how this use will affect their wells. Safety concerns, the applicant talked about fires, that they're limited to propane fires rather than firewood. This is just a picture on the right side of the screen from June of 2024, what appears to be a campfire outside of a fire pit. It may indeed be the fire pit, but this was just a picture that was taken recently from one of the concerned neighbors. Another concern is with these increased hard-sided structures, some of which will have, well, presumably all of which will have some kind of heating or air conditioning, what the additional noise will be related to operation of those units to heat or cool the hard-sided structures. So as far as the opposition to this plan, again, the neighbors do not oppose small businesses. And again, they attempted to compromise with Mr. Jube initially and agree to the 8 tent sites as part of the original special use permit. That has never been adhered to by Mr. Jube. It's always been continuously expanding and then asking for permission or approval after the fact. that raises significant concerns about whether Mr. Jube will continue to violate whatever restrictions are placed on any additional special use for this property. Now, again, talking about this proposal as a recreation camp, I think ignores the spirit of the definition of recreation camp. We talked about, the applicant talked about dude ranches or campgrounds. Well, we think of campgrounds nowadays as KOA sometimes. KOA is not within the definition of a recreation camp. That's an RV park. And that falls under different requirements, different zoning requirements under the county regulations. And certainly Ms. Matthey addressed that at the Planning Commission level. As far as other restrictions on use, again, the neighbors just want Mr. Jube to do what he promised to do originally and comply with his original special use permit. And this continued creep and expansion now to a request for 12 sites and potentially 9 hard-sided units, we believe is not just a modification, but an entirely different use than what was proposed as a recreation camp. I would just conclude by saying that I appreciate the commissioner's time in listening to my client's concerns on this. We believe the Planning Commission asked the right questions, made the right recommendation. We believe the Planning Commission staff has looked at the right issues and determined that this is not compatible with this neighborhood and this location. And again, the question is not whether Monument needs more recreational activities or more housing or more accommodations for incoming guests. That's a separate issue. It's where do you do that? And where is an appropriate place for that? And more particularly, your question today is this particular proposal appropriate for the site that is being proposed today? And we believe the obvious answer is no, based on all of the factors that have been discussed both by your Planning Commission staff, the Planning Commission itself, and the reports submitted to you, the Board of Commissioners. And we'd ask that you deny this modification of the special use permit.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this item? If so, please come down, sign in, and state your name.
My name is Ginger Geigley. I'm a small business owner living in the same neighborhood as Monument Glamping. I would like to share our experience of the past few years, excuse me, and why I stand here today in opposition of the modification for the business expansion. I have heard that many supporters have spoken about the Jube family and their character. I will not deny they are a group of entrepreneurs and hospitable people. I would say that I too am a friend of the Jubes. What these supporters may not be aware of are the conditions that our attorney just shared and how much there is to know about the glamping operation besides just the Jubes as people themselves. You may find it interesting that I had previously submitted a letter of support for Monument Glamping during their application for the special use permit several years ago. We even hosted a group in our home, including the Jubes, to discuss how we ourselves, my husband and I, could rent a tiny home on our property. Our situation for approval was slightly different, and we sold our tiny home after facing neighborhood opposition. What once seemed like a lucrative idea became a moot point when we realized how strongly our neighbors did not want this among where they live. We respected the neighbor concerns and removed the tiny home. It is important to understand we all have property rights to consider. The Jubes have the right to pursue this expansion, and we have the right to respectfully oppose. Our opposition began with the concern for statements and actions Mr. Jube was making about his operation that didn't align with the specifics of the special use approval. We also gained an awareness from discussions with other neighbors as we compared what each of us had been told. We then reached out to Mike Shannon with the planning department to become better educated. We felt the proper research was necessary to create a fair and just conclusion. Several discussions with Mr. Shannon made us aware of numerous violations that had been filed, violations that still remain years later and today. You should also know that Mr. Jube has stated he will continue operating until they, as in being the planners and the commissioners, you yourselves, shut him down, which has not happened. This is exemplary of the little regard for the neighborhood and the county opinions. I hope you have read all the letters submitted of opposition for this modification. The concerns are far beyond checking the boxes and meeting the criteria. There are over 25 people here today who have lived among this business for 5 years. They know the operation, they know the violations, they know what it looks like, and they know it does not need to expand to 4 more sites to be a successful business. To see Monument Glamping operating beyond the initial approval is a bit disrespectful and a slap in the face to the group who allowed him to pursue this dream initially and become approved. Contradictory to the Tri-Lakes Chamber representative, there are numerous short-term rentals in our neighborhood, even within 1 mile of this site, and the market across Monument is saturated with STRs. Colorado also has thousands of acres of public land, trails, and parks. Adding the 4 extra sites will not progress this location of Monument Glamping to be a competing wilderness destination for anyone looking to pull their kids away from their screen time. As mentioned in Chapter 5 of the Master Plan regarding tourism and business are already supported with the current approval for the 8 tents. The community does not want to ruin this venture, but rather keep it at this level that is best for everyone. Lastly, Monument Glamping has a secondary location they have the ability to expand with, and as I understand, there is no opposition at that site. We ask that the site within our neighborhood of Pine Hills be limited to the original special use approval that was granted in July 2022 to the 8 tents, and that all violations be rectified, all proposed landscaping be constructed, and the driveways, barn, and bathrooms be completed as presented to the neighborhood and approved. We are not here to stop progress for this business from being fruitful. Clearly, with the income this business generates as shared in the group PDF, it is not going to suffer if the 4 unnecessary sites are not approved today with the modification. Please consider denying this modification to benefit of the entire neighborhood, knowing the Jubes will still be successful with the 8 tents at this location and whatever else they develop at their secondary location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I've been told that it seems as if our timer buzzer is not working in the auditorium. So if you could just pay attention and stay within the time constraints so that we're ensuring a fair hearing on all sides, that would be great. Are there any others wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name's Stephen Phillips. My wife and I have lived in the Pine Hill community for 24 years. I, to date, consider the Jubes friends. I'm not opposed to them having a business. I'm an entrepreneur. I have 2 businesses that infuse, one of those businesses infuses thousands of dollars into the local economy every single month. I've also mentored 25 young men into how to have their own businesses, which infuses tens of thousands of dollars into the local economy. I'm pro-entrepreneurship, pro-business, and pro-freedom to pursue that. But as the Jubes' friend, I have been in opposition and continue to be. When Chris first came in, I actually went and talked to Chris and talked to him about what he was going to do, and he said 5 or 6 small tents. I said, Chris, I'm not going to oppose you and I'm not going to support you. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it fits with the character of the community, but I believe in freedom. Now, that turned into 8 tents, and then it transitioned again and again. And I've talked with Chris a number of times. And again, I love Chris and his family. I really do. They've got a beautiful, wonderful, I have 4 adult children. They have 16 and spouses and all this other stuff. I think they have a beautiful family that are incredible people. But that doesn't change the nature of the fact. And I'm a former law enforcement officer from Multnomah County Sheriff's Office in Portland, Oregon. I look very deliberately at facts and evidence. There's a lot of facts and evidence I could present. I don't think I need to do that because I think a lot of it's been presented. But what we want as a community is we want the Jubes to be in compliance with what was approved. We're asking that you not approve a modification, that they come into compliance. We actually could be having a hearing today for the revocation of their original special use because they've been in consistent violation of that. And one of the requirements of having a special use is that you will remain in compliance. So we could be having a very different hearing today. That's not our desire. Our desire is simply to see the Jubes come into compliance. We believe that based on the numbers that Chris has provided himself, that provides more than ample resources, especially that he now has had approval on a second site. So we're asking you to please not vote in favor of the modification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application at this time? Please introduce yourself and your 3 minutes will begin. While you're doing that, Nancy, do we have anyone online? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning, Commission. My name is Daniel Yinger. My wife, Kathleen, and I live just around the corner from the glamping site at the corner of Fairchild and Chenault Road. And we're only lived there about 4 years. I can say that from my consideration, I'm kind of new to this, in regards to what I've heard here this morning. I find a couple things have bothered me. One, that there are so many unknowns in this consideration. For instance, the exact number of hard structures. What are going to be tiny homes or shipping containers? Numbers of RVs. We don't have at least I don't have a firm handle on that. So I just wanted to make this short and say, to be clear, in considering what's being asked to be approved here, something tantamount to a hotel and all that entails in this neighborhood and in our area. And I just worry that this is a slippery slope. It's going to lead to all sorts of creative ideas as far as what to do with the land in the area, given the nature of the economy today. So I just ask you to consider that, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time in opposition to this application? Okay. With that, now is the opportunity for the applicant to provide rebuttal. Actually, I have a request for a quick recess, and we will come back and go straight into the applicant rebuttal. Thank you. Good morning. It is still morning for a few more minutes, and welcome back to the land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We are considering item number 9 on the agenda today, and we are currently at the applicant rebuttal stage. Does the applicant wish to make any further comments at this time? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again, Board of County Commissioners. I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice. I know I am, but there are a few things that I'd like to address that were brought up during the public testimony portion of the hearing. Really appreciate everybody speaking. It's not easy to get up and talk in front of you. You guys are very intimidating. It's great to see so many people engaged. I really appreciated the people that still said they want to be friends with the Jubes. I think that's heartfelt. Appreciate all the people that came to speak in favor, but those that spoke in opposition. I think there's some hard feelings in the neighborhood. That's really unfortunate. What I want to emphasize, and this goes back to what the county attorney said earlier, is past actions should not have any bearing on your decision. That's not a criteria that you're looking at today. I think there was a strong focus in the attorney's presentation time and time again. I counted 7 times that he went back to looking at what happened in the past. Make no mistake, there were errors made, and there shouldn't have been hard sided structures brought on based on the site plan, but that's in the past. And what we're trying to do is fix all that. And that's why Mr. Jube's in front of you today. But I think dwelling on that and sort of an absence of addressing the review criteria from the opposition, I think was glaring. And I want to go through that in a little bit more detail. First off, Ms. Matthew, I think was questioned, Commissioner Geithner, by you about, well, what if this was all tents, or is it the number? And the response was that the recreation camp is not consistent with the rural area, but it would be if it's tents. That was what I heard staff respond. The definition of recreation camp doesn't say it has to only be tents. And it was your staff that said this is a recreation camp. We've made a determination that this falls within that definition. It was brought up numerous times by the attorney representing those in opposition that this is not a recreation camp. Your own staff has made that determination. That's why we're here today. If it would have been a different determination that would have resulted in a variance of use or a rezoning, then that's the process that Mr. Jube would have followed. But it was your staff who said this is a recreation camp, and so it falls within the definition of recreation camp. Ms. Matthew also said that this is not appropriate in a rural area. Planning Commission, I provided evidence that said the Land Development Code only allows recreation camps in rural areas. It allows it in 5 zone districts. A35, which is 35-acre agricultural, A5, which is 5-acre agricultural, RT, which is residential topographic, that's generally up in the mountainous areas, F5, which is forestry, and the subject zone district, which is R5. So if a recreation camp is not appropriate in a rural area, you won't have any recreation camps, because that's where they're allowed under your own land development code. And those were regulations that this Board of County Commissioners adopted. If it's not appropriate in a rural area, then why did staff approve the original special use? The zoning hasn't changed. So why would the interpretation of staff change that it's not appropriate on this property? It was approved without moving it to public hearing. So at that point, they determined that a recreation camp was appropriate in a rural area. Same property, same zoning. I wanted to emphasize something, and I'm terrible at catching names. I got first names, those are easier than some of the last names. Mr. Nathan spoke in favor. He emphasized, I think very importantly, how many businesses are in the neighborhood. And I have a map that will show that. But I think the point being, everybody has theirs. Everybody has their business. There's a number of them. And I want to make sure that we show you where those are. Nancy, I might need your help. Just trying to get back to the PowerPoint. And the reason, commissioners, that I'm going through this is there's a lot of discussion about compatibility with a neighborhood. If the neighborhood is truly just residential, and that is the basis for compatibility, then the question has to be asked, why are there so many businesses in the neighborhood? And I think the attorney even highlighted one that was immediately next door. Most of those uses are not seasonal. Most of them run year round, just like some of the fears that were expressed for Monument Glamping. Sorry, the button's moving really slow. Sorry. I think the pictures are bogging it down. So when you do a Google search of businesses in the area, these are the ones that come up, which doesn't seem like a lot. But if you live in the area and you actually know the neighborhood, that's what you end up having. So when we talk about the character of the area, it's not truly just residential. And I think the neighbors would be kidding themselves if they thought that, because even the attorney acknowledged that it's not strictly just residential. It is a transition area to areas that probably are more strictly residential, but it is not strictly residential. On the subject of character, I think it's important that the board recognize, and I think it's important that the neighbors recognize, that in the RR5 zone district, which is the subject zone district and frankly is the zone district for most of the people that probably got up and spoke, these are all of the non-residential uses that are allowed in the RR5 zone district. Character is not limited to what's there today. Character could also include something that could go there tomorrow. Now, some of these are special uses, but not all of them. So again, this is not just a residential neighborhood. The El Paso County Land Development Code says that it's not by allowing these land uses. And the neighbors have proven that it's not by having their own businesses in the neighborhood. I want to thank Mr. Chapman, who got up and spoke about the importance of family togetherness. I think that got lost a little bit in the overall conversation. I think we can all appreciate that. I know I have 2 kids, and having that time in the outdoors, I think, is some of the best bonding time that we have as a family. So I wanted to emphasize that. I really appreciated that comment. I wanted to also talk about some of the neighbors that testified to the traffic. The attorney brought up that traffic, even though it doesn't trigger a traffic study, is a major concern. You had a neighbor who's 2 lots to the north who said, we actually stopped and talked to the people. They have no concerns about the amount of traffic. Doesn't require a traffic study. It's not triggering any improvements to the county roads. That should tell you that the traffic's not significant. There's a lot of discussion about not opposing small businesses. I'm sure they don't. I mean, the map I just showed you suggests that they all have, or a lot of them have small businesses. Of course, they're not going to oppose that. They just want to oppose this because it's not on their property. The attorney also brought up incompatibility of the commercial use. I think my map sort of diffuses that a little bit because there's commercial uses all over that neighborhood. The attorney at the outset, his #1 concern with this was prior behavior. And as I said before, that's not a criteria. There was a gross absence of addressing the criteria in that presentation. Again, the 7 times did that speaker go back to what happened in the past, what happened in the past, what happened in the past? That's not what we're here to talk about today. We're trying to make it right. If people aren't given a chance to be forgiven and to try to fix things, that undermines the entire purpose of this process. People that are in violation with code enforcement, that's their only avenue. They don't know, right? Sometimes the regulations, I've had those conversations. They're not even aware they exist, let alone what they mean. So this is an attempt to try to make that right. And to dwell on the past, I think is problematic. I don't think it's fair to any applicant that comes before you. There were a lot of statements made, such as, I believe this will cause this, this, and this. Air, water, light pollution, other issues. But there's no evidence provided that says that's happening today. It was just somebody's opinion of what might happen. So they're basically asking you to make a decision based upon fears that are completely unfounded today. There's no evidence provided in support of those statements. The attorney, and I think one other speaker, focused on or made statements that this is beyond a rec camp. Again, your staff has already said this is a rec camp. In my opinion, that's the end of the conversation. They're the ones that interpret the land development code, and that interpretation could be appealed to you. The attorney said that the definition of rec camp doesn't anticipate hard-sided structures. I know of at least 2 other rec camps in El Paso County that have cabins. So maybe just because it's not wood, it's not a rec camp. Cabins are a hard-sided structure. They look every bit like the tiny homes, the container structures. And probably over the course of time, I'd be willing to bet that the container homes, the container structures, are going to hold up better than a cabin will. But I'm going through chronologically as the presentation was made. I highlighted that the attorney went back again to past actions for the 3rd time now. Again, not focusing on the criteria. The attorney said that hard-sided structures can increase the occupancy of the site. You can have a tent that's way bigger than any of those hard-sided structures. There's no basis for that statement. Completely unfounded. He also focused on occupancy in terms of seasonal occupation. Those tents are guide tents. They're intended to withstand very cold weather. These are very nice tents. Now, it is Colorado, and it is Monument, which tends to get a little colder, so maybe not 12 months out of the year. But I know the county's allowed pavement to be placed somewhere around 11 months out of the year. You don't place pavement unless you have above freezing temperatures. So a guide tent can withstand that, and people can be comfortable. One of the comments that was brought up was the noise of heaters. These are radiant heaters. You don't hear them. So people can live in there without creating noise, even in a tent. I would argue that the hard-sided structures probably mitigate noise even more because people are behind a solid wall, not behind a canvas tent. There was a statement made it doesn't fit into the character, but there was nothing that backed that up. Matter of fact, the master plan wasn't even addressed. That is your number 1 criteria in making a decision on special use, is consistency with the master plan. We had 5 slides on that. The opposition didn't have any. Again, chronological, brought up continued noncompliance again for the 5th time. Questioning whether or not the applicant will stay in compliance. That's what your code enforcement staff is for. They have very specific dimensioned locations of where these sites have to be. There's conditions of approval. There will be a site development plan approved. That's the basis for compliance or non-compliance moving forward. That's your staff's job. Now, if they are out of compliance, as Mr. Phillips identified, you could bring it back here and have it revoked. That's the risk that Mr. Jube runs. If he's not in compliance, he may lose his entire business. So there's obviously motivation for him to stay in compliance moving forward. Again, going back chronologically, the attorney brought in refocusing on the timeline. He went through a long timeline of prior misdeeds and applications. Again, that's not part of the criteria. I think he focused on that for probably 10 minutes. He suggested that this was more of a hotel operation or RV park again. And again, I would say that your staff determined this is not that. This is not a hotel. I mean, you saw the picture. There's no way this is a hotel. It's very spread out, very rural, very engaging with nature. Again, the attorney went back through and went through quotes about prior things that were said, violations, trying to get you to focus on those rather than on the criteria that you adopted by which you're supposed to consider special uses. There was a suggestion that there's no clarification on hard-sided structures and that should matter. Whether it's a tiny home or it's a container home, the impacts are the same. Same number of people, same occupancy, same people traveling to the site, from the site, same use of septic, same use of water. That doesn't matter. The impacts are the same, especially if they're in the exact same location, which is what the site development plan requires. The attorney brought up the covenants. As you all know, you don't enforce covenants. It's not the county's role. We have gotten a separate and conflicting legal interpretation of those covenants. I think obviously that's something that would have to be worked out in the courts. But I would suggest to you that that is not your role, and I would not take that verbatim from that attorney. He's highlighted that the covenant somehow created expectations for neighbors. I would encourage you to look at some of the uses in that neighborhood, because I can guarantee those also violate the covenants. So if the expectations were that there would be no businesses, I think all those people have left the neighborhood now, because the new people that have come in are bringing businesses with them. He highlighted Blue Sky Farm, Pumpkin Patch, horse boarding, dog boarding, admittedly, right? Those are all things that are not residential in nature. They have changed the character of this neighborhood. There was a picture shown of all the cars that parked on the road. That was all of Chris's family that came over to help work on his house. And I know from my prior interactions at the county that people can park on the county road. Unless it's signed to not allow for that, you can do that. So that was 100% legal, and it was all family members. All their cars were the kids' cars. There was concerns about bathrooms for the tents. I've camped with a lot of folks. I think most people would prefer to go sit down on a toilet rather than using a creek. Certainly cleaner and probably safer. I'm sure that probably does happen, but it could happen anywhere. I've seen it happen at golf courses. I mean, it's gross and it shouldn't happen, but that's why the bathroom facilities are there, which I think are very nice. There was an insinuation that we should all just basically plan for 9 RVs. That's not the intent at all. There's no plans to create some kind of de facto RV park. They don't look as nice. Frankly, they don't hold up as well. As you all know, the RVIA standards are not like building standards. They're not as good as container homes. Questions about whether or not the well on site was adequate. That's not for this board or anybody in this audience to determine. That's the state of Colorado. And they have already said there's adequate water for this use. There's a well permit, there's water rights. That decision's already been made by the experts who do that every day. There was a statement about an attempt to compromise initially. And I think that there's some validity to that. There have been attempts to try to reach a compromise throughout this process and even after Planning Commission. And there was absolutely no interest, generally speaking, from the neighbors to do that, which is too bad. As you know, I think the best solutions in land use come when people can sit around a table and talk it through and help understand each other. We offered that. I want to thank Mr. Phillips. He tried to facilitate that with the neighbors. A lot of gratitude to him. I'm sure that was not well received by some of the neighbors, but he kind of stuck his neck out because he wanted to see a better solution. So I do commend him for that. But we were open to a compromise, wanted to hear what the neighbors offered. That's why I didn't provide the proposed conditions of approval that we have, that we would like to add, because we wanted to hear what the neighbors offered. Instead of trying to ram something down their throats, we wanted to hear what they would offer. And you heard nothing. There was no compromise offered, which is really unfortunate because Mr. Jube was very open to that. Again, the attorney went back to asking for approval after the fact, doing what he promised originally, that this is now the 7th time that he tried to focus your attention on the past instead of the application in front of you today and the review criteria. He stated that the Planning Commission asked all the right questions. Honestly, and I think I have a pretty good frame of reference to speak to this, I was pretty discouraged at the line of questioning at Planning Commission. I would say that 70 to 80% of that discussion focused on the violations, focused on people's opinion of Mr. Jube's character. That is not what that hearing is supposed to be for. There was very little discussion about the review criteria. And I think it's something that the county attorney's office should be cautious with, because that hearing really had very little discussion about the criteria. And the decision that was rendered was not focused on that criteria. Planning Commission and the neighbors have continually focused on fears of what could happen, worst case scenario, without focusing at all on the review criteria. That's what this process is. That's why we have review criteria, to structure the conversation, to make sure that we're all operating on the same rules. If the rules keep changing, everything will get denied. We will become another Boulder, where we just arbitrarily deny things because we don't like the way it feels. That's very concerning. And again, there was absolutely no discussion about the county's master plan. That was something that was adopted by the Planning Commission and ultimately accepted by you all. That's supposed to guide development, supposed to guide land use in the county moving forward. I highlighted for you that this is exactly what the master plan calls for. There was nothing that refuted that in any of the opposition's testimony. Mr. Phillips brought up Mr. Jube's second site. That's not relevant to this conversation. Decisions on land use don't have any bearing on other property in the county, the state, internationally. You're tasked with reviewing this property and this application pursuant to the review criteria. So before I present our proposed conditions of approval or additional conditions of approval, I think it's important to highlight that this use, recreation camp, is anticipated in this zone district. It is identified as a special use. Special uses, when you identify something as special use, that means that that use is anticipated to come in that zone district, but for the need to mitigate impacts. There's no impact from wastewater, water, or traffic, and the visual impact is being mitigated with additional screening. There's no light, air, or noise impacts that have been documented at all, only fears of those, which are unfounded. So what other impact needs to be mitigated? There isn't any. With that special use, as identified in the Land Development Code, should be approved. It's fully anticipated to be in this zone district and all the other rural ones that I highlighted for you earlier. As I mentioned before, the master plan supports everything about this use, from the small business status to the encouraging tourism, to supporting startups, supporting family time, recreation. Everything about the master plan supports something like this. And it frankly supports it in the location that it's at, on the urban fringe. That's why the zoning allows for it. I showed you the map of all the other businesses in the area. That is the character of the area. Yeah, of course there's residences, just like the Jubes have their residence, but they also have their business like so many others in the neighborhood. I think I've addressed everything. If I haven't, please ask me if there's things that were brought up. I do want to present some additional conditions of approval that we would like to propose to try to help put some structure around what an approval might look like moving forward. That's okay, Chair?
That would be great. Are you prepared to provide those as you present them and also in hard copy to our clerk to the board?
I didn't print them in hard copy, sorry. But I'll leave you time to read them if that's okay. You do have a handout regarding some of the efforts that Mr. Jubes made to work with Regional Building. As you would expect, Regional Building didn't really know how to deal with these things, with these structures. So they're working through that. Mr. Jube went so far as to actually bring in an expert from Kansas City, who that's what he does, is glamping, to work with Regional Building to try to find out how this is going to fit within the building code. So a lot of those efforts out of his own pocket have been made to try to work through the building permitting process. So to address the issue of hard-sided structures, one of the things that was talked about in great detail at Planning Commission is, well, how do we know how big they're going to be? Right? You bring on fifth wheels or travel trailers, those things can be massive compared to maybe a container home or even a cabin of some sort. So we're proposing to limit the footprint of the containers to 260 square feet. So every site that is allowed to have a hard-sided structure, those have to be 260 square feet or smaller. And this would mean that the one that everybody keeps pointing to, which is Big Red, the fifth wheel, would actually have to be taken off the property. So Mr. Jube is planning on removing the fifth wheel that it gets pointed at as kind of the ugly part of this and taking it off the site. Condition of approval number 10 actually memorializes that and says the fifth wheel occupying site 12, which that's the site that it's on today, would have to be removed prior to approval of the associated site development plan. And just to make sure nobody's concerned about the delay in approval of the site development plan, we went further and said, but no later than January 1st, in the event that site development plan takes longer to get approved. So that, hopefully that deals with the hard side structure in terms of size. We also want to talk about height, right? You can kind of skate around that if you say, well, our footprint's 260, but we're going to go up 3 stories. We want to accommodate for that and make sure that that couldn't happen also, and say all hard side structures shall be limited in height to 20 feet. I will note that the underlying zone district, the R5 zone district, allows for 30 feet. You can build a barn that's 30 feet tall. You can build a detached garage that's 30 feet tall. We're actually going to artificially lower that and say they all have to be no more than 20 feet. And I just threw in the definition of building height from the land development code so everybody knows how height is measured by the county. Obviously, with a sloped property, you measure around the perimeter of it and you take the average of that. It's not from the highest or from the lowest. That way there's no misconception about what height actually is. We feel like this really shrinks and hopefully allays some of the fears that the neighbors have of bringing on these big, massive travel trailers or fifth wheels. So these are things that we wanted to offer up and say, look, we think we can do it better and try to limit ourselves so that maybe some of those fears can go away. And then lastly, there was a request that we have a fear this is going to turn into RV parks. It's going to be all hard-sided structures. Mr. Jube's prepared to limit 5 of the sites to tents only. Now, I will highlight that the 3 on the right-hand side that are in the floodplain already can only be tent only, but he's going to offer 2 more, sites 4 and 5, which are immediately adjacent to the neighbor to the north who's in opposition. There is screening there, but also proposing that those have to be tents as well, not hard-sided structures or fifth wheel or whatever else. So in total, this condition of approval would basically memorialize that those 5 sites have to be tents. They cannot be hard-sided structures. And commissioners, with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Comments, questions? Commissioner Williams.
So when you say a 260 square foot structure, could you give me the sides of that? 13 by 13?
Yeah, so it's 26 by 10. I try not to do math in public. That I usually end up on the
I'm
wrong side of
asking
that.
you to do the math in public so I don't have to. Thank you.
26 by 10, 15 by
Thank you. That
whatever that would be. Yeah. I hope I have a math teacher behind me.
That helps.
So basically it fits the container structures
okay. That helps.
without the big fifth wheels coming in.
Any further questions? Okay. With that, I will declare the public input portion of this hearing closed. And at this time, if there are any additional questions for staff, those can be asked. But in general, we will limit questions and deliberations to staff at this point. Are there any commissioner questions, comments? Commissioner Geithner.
I do have a question for staff around some of the specific allowable uses that were brought up, as well as some of the current businesses and such that are in place. Because I'm really, we kind of have two things that are going on. We have the amount of people. There was, about bringing in people from the neighborhood, but I see, agritainment, for example, would also bring in people and is an allowable use. And then we have the second piece, which is around kind of the hard side structures that has been brought up. And so my question is, would something like an agricultural business that has many greenhouses, say, that are hard side structure, could you say in this same district put 10, 8, 5 hard, greenhouse structures up on one of these pieces of property? Would that be an allowable use currently?
So you're asking if we would allow 5 to 8 hard-sided greenhouses in
Correct.
the RR5 zoning district?
Yes, on one of these pieces of property.
I mean, it's a case-by-case basis, so I don't feel comfortable giving an answer when we don't have like a project to go off of. If you're saying it's a similar use, sure, but I'm
not saying it's similar use. I'm asking specifically about the construction of hard side structures. I'm separating that from people and those things at this point because I'm looking at structures on a property. I think green uses are allowable. I don't think that there is a requirement for that. And I don't know if there's a number limitation, I guess is what I'm getting at, or a shed, say. Is there a limitation currently that says you can have more than 2 sheds on one of these properties or 2 greenhouses? I don't think that we do, but that's what I want to clarify.
Thank you, Commissioner Geithner. Justin Kilgore, Planning Manager. Just to let you know, greenhouses would be allowed up to a certain point. They would require special use once they reached a very large footprint, like an acre. So you could have several hard-sided greenhouses.
So we could have the 8. That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's really helpful. Appreciate that.
Are there any other questions or clarifications needed from staff? Okay. Okay. Commissioner Vanderwerth, this is in your district, and I understand you have some comments and potentially a motion.
Yes, thank you very much. This has been a very interesting land use case. I appreciate the testimony brought before us today. I have listened intently to all of it. And I can tell you that for myself, and I know that this is viewed by my fellow commissioners, we are always interested in doing what we can to get to more houses. We do support businesses. We do support the use of personal property, and we do support tourism. However, in this case, for me, in looking at the criteria and listening to the testimony, I do not believe that this application rises to meeting the compatibility and harmony with the area. And I do that based, at least in part, on the definition of what is a recreation camp, and I appreciate the testimony of counsel from those in opposition. But I appreciate everybody's testimony. I also appreciate everybody's willingness to come here and willingness to, when this is all over, to do our best to remain friends. I think that's very important. I would encourage the applicant to continue to enjoy the use of the special use permit that is presently approved. But I am not comfortable making a declaration for myself that this is compatible and in harmony with the area. So with that comment, I will make a motion. And I move to deny this Monument Glamping 1 special use modification. And ask for a second.
I'm willing to second that motion. I think I too, as I went through this hearing, taking a lot of notes. I was struck really by the Planning Commission's statements regarding how many hard units versus tents on the property. So I'm willing to second the motion. I did like the conditions that Mr. Dossi had presented at the end, but still, it doesn't, ultimately, we are asked to determine this special use permit based upon a set of criteria, saying it is in harmony with the existing character of the neighborhood, and that it does not overburden or exceed the capacity of public facilities and services. I think that more than anything, it just doesn't feel in harmony with the neighborhood. There is already a special use here that has already been approved, and this one just feels like it's going up to maybe a few too many camping sites, and that it really alters the character of the neighborhood. And that is kind of the feeling I've had as I've listened very intently to all the testimony. I've taken a lot of notes. I've got so many notes up here, I ran out of paper to take them on. And I think it was just, I like to see people being allowed to use their own private property for a business, but I also like the ability to move into a neighborhood knowing what's my neighborhood's going to look like. And I just don't feel that this is going to agree with the current neighborhood as it stands. So I think I will be in agreement with your motion, Commissioner Vanderwerf. Thank you.
Okay.
I have comments as well.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion, Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, I was finishing a note there. I always appreciate when we have these conversations. These are always very difficult. We do take these very seriously, looking at the criteria. And I think the criteria around harmony and compatibility is a difficult one because there is some subjectivity to it. And I will say reasonable people can disagree, as we say often here, but I really tried to focus in on a few things that actually make me disagree with the motion that's been made. And I'll just say, when we talk about feelings, it's always tough. Because I try to get down to objective facts, of course, which is what we're asked to do here. And I also understand Commissioner Williams' comment about the neighborhood as it stands, but that's not what our criteria says. It actually says existing and allowable, which was pointed out by the applicant. And so I think compatibility with the allowable piece is what I was trying to get to with some additional questions from staff. Because when we break apart the idea of the structure and the type of structure versus people, I start to see real inconsistencies with what the actual arguments are. So for example, if greenhouses were allowable, we could say maybe it was the view that was the compatibility or the harmony issue. But if 10 greenhouses could be built, that would be essentially the same from a view standpoint. And so I find that it can't be incompatible if those sorts of views would already be allowable in this district, and maybe in some cases are. And then the second argument seems to be around the number of people. And when I look at the number of people and I look at things like agritainment that could be there, that could be a substantially increased number of people that would be allowable currently in this district by right. And so when I break those two pieces apart, I really cannot make an argument that this would not be compatible with allowable uses that are already in this area. So I find that it is consistent with the master plan, that it is in harmony with and compatible with allowable, though I understand it, change and different things that are not there. It's hard to necessarily see that, but I do think that meets the criteria. I do not think that there is any indication it's going to overburden anything by the standards that the county has put forward in relationship to traffic. I saw no evidence that there was anything being violated with air, water, light, or noise pollution. And I don't think that it is going to be detrimental to health and safety. So the pieces that, and I said this before, because I think that this is very important. I understand that there are concerns about what folks thought that they heard from neighbors. I don't want to get into exploring all of that on, who said what, and there's so many different circumstances. But I do understand, having concerns around compliance. I also, too, have seen many people who did not mean to be out of compliance, and I'm not making a judgment about that today because that doesn't make an impact on my decision. But I do think that I think it is clear now what is the expectation is, and I would expect that those things would be followed. And that would be my ask, though. I'm going to not be in support of the denial on this, and it appears that you may not have the support to move forward, but I would say if it does move forward, that would be my ask of the business owner would be to please make sure that you are in future compliance, and if you are unsure in the future, to call the office. So, but in my mind, this absolutely meets the criteria, and so I will not be in support of that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Geithner. A few comments from me as well. I think it's been said earlier in this hearing that our toughest items are those that determine where one person's ability to utilize their property, their private property, as they wish, as they desire, as they dream. When does that affect or impede on others? And that is the most difficult part of our job up here. And I am incredibly grateful for criteria that that guide us on those decisions, because it would be I think that good public officials probably empathize and sympathize with all sides. And so what I have to go on is the criteria in front of me. I too think that Commissioner Geithner said it very well. I think that we heard very clearly that that the impact of the uses don't overburden or exceed the capacity of public facilities or services. And I also know that actually there are two conditions with that particular criteria. It says either that or in the alternative, the special use application demonstrates that it will provide adequate public facilities in a timely and efficient manner. We do have an entirely other process through regional building, through getting the septic permitting done. All of those things have been referenced as, and I see basically that criteria is entirely fulfilled, as well as I'm just bringing up the ones that haven't already been brought up, because I'm in agreement with Commissioner Geithner that I think this special use is in character of the surrounding area, and it's hard to watch change sometimes. But again, in respect to those private property rights, we have to realize and take all of the surrounding area and character of the neighborhood into play. I also wanted to point out there was some talk about covenants, and there was also a question of whether we had read the entire Planning Commission minutes. I did, and one of the things referenced by Ms. Sego in that she is the attorney, The county does not consider covenants when denying or approving land use applications. Something could be approved by the county even if it violates covenants. County approval, however, does not negate the covenants. The neighbors have the opportunity to enforce any violation of the covenants that they see. So again, what is my role here? What is our role here? And what am I supposed to be considering? I'm supposed to be considering special use criteria, and those have been referenced over and over again. I find that this probably does meet the conditions. Particularly I feel like the question marks around some of these have been answered through the 8 conditions that were originally proposed. For example, the septic permit and site plan. The other piece of this I also wanted to say is that I really appreciate the applicant's offering of additional conditions. As we look at these very difficult items, sometimes you wonder if how can you put teeth to it? How can you ensure that what this board's desires are can be recognized, and that generally in these land use items, particularly a special use permit, is done through putting conditions and notations on items. So I very much appreciate that, and I know there is a motion on the table that we will take a vote on. I would be very interested in hearing a motion that would consider putting those 4 additional conditions on the application. So with that, Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one little thing. I appreciate the comments by the chair and agree I would be in support. And I think that those conditions that were proposed were actually the questions that I did have, and then they were answered by those. I think that would really help with any of the, like, again, questions about how big and how drastic could this get, and keeping those in line. And I think that they were very good proposals. I also do want to point out, because I think it was stated on the record, and I do like to correct the record, and I forgot to do that in my initial comments, but the individual who represented the neighbors and made a statement that our staff had said that this did not make the criteria, and I want to be clear that is not the case. Our staff has never said that this doesn't make the criteria, because that is the job of this board, is to determine that, and I wanted that to be clear on the record. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the current motion?
I have a question for our attorney, and then I'm wondering if Justin or someone could move to the proposed condition number 11. I can see 9 and 10 now. Let's see what it says for 11. Just the question for the attorney, on a 2-2 vote, does that mean we wait for Commissioner Gonzalez to listen to the hearing?
Yes, ma'am. If it's a 2-2 vote on this matter, I believe that it would be automatically continued for the absent commissioner to review the record and ask any questions at a subsequent hearing. Also, the motion would be deemed failed.
Sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Sure. The pending motion would be deemed to have failed today, so that there would be a new motion at a future hearing.
I guess I'm just wondering if we wanted to consider a substitute motion adding in extra proposed conditions, or if we wanted to rule on the current motion for Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Madam Chair? I stand on my motion. However, Commissioner Williams is within her rights to rescind her second. And that would mean that my motion fails, and then there can be other deliberations based on that. But I have an interest in maintaining my motion.
All right, let's go ahead, I guess, and vote then.
Okay, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Williams.
Could you restate the motion to be clear?
Yeah,
Since it was a motion to denial, I believe.
The motion is for denial of the special use application. Any further questions or discussion?
Aye. I will go ahead and stick with my motion to deny.
Commissioner Vanderwerf,
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner,
Nay.
and the chair votes nay. And as our county attorney just indicated, that does mean that this is automatically, actually, can you restate exactly the procedural happenings here with a 2-2 vote?
Yes, ma'am. 2-2 vote fails. It's automatically continued for a new motion. The county clerk shall automatically prepare an audio duplication of the record and provide any exhibits submitted during the meeting to enable the absent commissioner to review the record of proceedings. So the board would return for any additional questions of the applicant, opposition, and a new motion.
Commissioner Williams.
I wanted to ask our county attorney one question. During that time, until we have a second hearing on this, at that second hearing, is it just a motion and a vote, or will there be an additional presentation at all?
Ma'am, I believe the rules are designed so that there's not additional formal presentation, but there is the ability to ask additional questions of the parties and staff.
Okay, thank you.
And also, county administrator just brought up a good point. One option that we would have going forward today would be to reschedule it while we are on the record.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And just for clarity, I apologize, we're making you work hard over there today. So a tie vote currently would be a failure. If there is another proposed motion today, can a conclusion be reached?
Ma'am, I believe that under the rules, we don't really have a mechanism for that. So I think that if the board votes, I believe that's a failed motion and an automatic continuance. I see the clerk to the board nodding my direction as well.
Okay. So we have the option of defining the date.
Yes, ma'am. So if the motion were to fail and go to an automatic continuance, I believe that the board could actually set the date for the return hearing to come back for the continued hearing today while we're on the record.
I can state that for my purposes, the continued hearing I would prefer to have at last land use in July, because I'm gone at the second land use in July. I think, if I looked at my calendar right.
Okay, can we briefly recess? I think what is paramount to this board is, first of all, guaranteeing fair process and being efficient, appreciative of everyone who has shared their time, shared their testimony, and also I think let us figure out some scheduling things very quickly. That's difficult to do with one commissioner absent. So brief recess. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. I've been told that Commissioner Williams would like to make a comment.
Okay, I am convinced by Commissioner Geithner's arguments that it is an allowable use. Perhaps maybe what I'm unconvinced of is that I liked the allowable use in the first place. So based upon that, I would make a motion to reconsider and rescind my previous motion. Is that how I should say it, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that brings the matter on the floor for reconsideration.
Okay, because it brings it back to the table.
So ultimately,
Ultimately, we would
motion was to
reconsider and rescind the previous motion. So that would take that motion off the table should my reconsideration be approved. And then I would probably propose adding in conditions 9, 10, and 11 to the proposed application, because I do like getting rid of the big
let's
red.
deal with the motion on the table to reconsider and rescind. So to clarify, that is what we're voting on this roll call.
And we need a second for that.
I will second.
Okay. Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf,
Nay.
Commissioner Geithner,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That motion passes. So we are now reconsidering. And Commissioner Williams, did you have more discussion questions?
I just apologize. I do believe this one is a messy one. And the special use process is very, very hard. But I do like the idea of having the extra tent sites that was proposed and of having the smaller buildings. And it has already been granted as a special use in the neighborhood. And per our code, it is an allowable use. And so I would move that we approve the application, but add in as proposed by the applicant, the conditions 9, 10, and 11 to the resolution as was presented in his slideshow number 40, 41, and 42. And that would be my motion.
Okay, quick clarifying question. Were there 3 additional conditions or 4? Can we scroll on the screen to the next one that perhaps shows us 12?
Oh, there may have been 4, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there was a 4th one, and that was the important one too.
Yeah.
So I would make the motion then to approve the application with the proposed conditions in the motion 1 through 8, as well as the 9, 10, 11, and 12 that is included in the applicant's slideshow on slides 40 through 43.
I would second that motion.
That has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion or comments? Okay. Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf,
Nay.
Commissioner Geithner,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Congratulations and thank you all for being here. And thank you for respecting the process and making sure that we could do the business here today. With that, item number 10.
Item number 10 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
Item 11.
Item number 11 is the addendum, and there is no addendum today.
Item 12.
Item number 12 is executive session, and there is no request for executive session.
We are adjourned.